We ask that you will strengthen him, comfort him also, and encourage him. Lord, it has been years since we took control of this country to try to lead ourselves forward into prosperity, to establishment, and into good things. Lord, it has not been easy for these 58 years of doing our own leadership and our own management. So now we are asking you for wisdom, because your word says if anyone lacks wisdom, he should ask for wisdom. Wisdom is the principal thing. So we pray for our president. Give him wisdom to overcome the complex and difficult problems and challenges that are in this nation, to overcome the difficulties and the hurdles that prevent development, that prevent good decisions from being taken, that prevent good decisions from being implemented. Give him the wisdom from above. Father, we are looking up to you, because only you can help us. And now we thank you for those in authority in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom and deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Father, we are looking up to you, because only you can help us. And now we thank you for those in authority in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom and deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, and that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation, in Jesus' name.
Martin Luther King Jr. once said, anyone who is not committed to something is not fit to live. Anyone who is not committed to something is not fit to live. It is always easier to sit on the fence and talk and criticize. And these days there is social media, and people will just turn to the social media. They are just sitting there. They won't work, fix their country, fix their church, fix their family. The only thing they will not fix is their mouth. I'll tell you something. Seriously, I'll tell you this. There are different ways of organizing a country. One is a socialist system, the other one is another capitalist system. In the socialist system, they give almost all the authority to government, and so government alone must fix it. In the capitalist system, every individual has his own authority and power to do their thing. In a third world like Africa, in all the African countries, the best bet for us is to have a hybrid. A bit of this and a bit of that. So no government can fix the country alone. It will not happen. People must get up and work and stop being lazy and work. On the other hand, governments cannot just sit there and take our money and chop the money. They must use the money to fix the country better. We need a hybrid. We need a hybrid. We need both. But one thing I don't want to happen is for young men and women in this country, and you can kill me for this, for young men and women in this country to sit there thinking that some government be or baby, some party be or baby, they can come and fix anything. It is not true. It is a lie. We must fix wherever we are. We must fix our environment, get job doing, do something. And yet, having said that, on the other hand, if you are taking the purse of the whole country, if you are taking our income tax, use it to make the country better. We need both. We need people who fix their mouths and their hearts, people who fix their attitudes, and we need governments too that will help fix the country. And when the two come together, Ghana will become a better place. And I pray that it shall be so. And somebody must blow their face and say, too many complaints will make you sick, but a life full of gratitude will make you live longer.
We don't care who is in office. We don't care what party is in office. As long as we can pay our children's school fees, and as long as we can solve the problems of traffic on the highway. Mr. President, you're doing a good job with the Sprintex road, but there's a little mistake here. That bypass from the Polo Club they have to open it up so that the traffic will move, so our children can get to school early. Mr. Chief of Staff.
Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Are you ready?
You are listening to the CNG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen on Asempa 94.7 FM. This is the CNG Radio Program of the Year, Ekosiisen.
Let's now do the 27th award for the 9th radio program of the year 2020. The sponsor is the Ghana Journalists Association. Let's welcome the presenter of the award, none other, yours and mine, Mr. Athol Morny, the national president of the GJA. Please, a round of applause. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020. The winner goes home with a memento, citation, and certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, the radio program of the year 2020 goes to Asempa FM Ekosiisen. Well, the host, I don't know who he has not interviewed yet. Congratulations to all of you, the entire team at Asempa FM's Ekosiisen. Congratulations to you for emerging the radio program of the year 2020.
The award for the political program of the year radio going to Ekosiisen of Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa FM.
Political program of the year radio Ekosiisen. How did it end? And the host of the show, OB, steps up to pick the award.
Congratulations, Ekosiisen.
Well, I know that Asempa has gained a lot of experience. Asempa is one of the, not the forerunners, but in terms of coverage and listenership, you stand tall. The new FM stations that are coming into the arena are not calling on you to exit, them to survive. Is that what is happening? No. They are learning from you. They are learning under your feet. They are also trying as much as possible to find space. And, there's enough in the world for everybody. There's enough in the world for everybody. And so I think that those who are coming up, we definitely will encourage the injection of new blood. But you cannot also totally do away with the experience.
It's always a pleasure coming to Asempa where the truth is spoken.
Asempa FM. Ekosiisen. Asonyinatie. It's our platform media. Unya now betna subia na Fabibroni Bessie, it's a privilege and an honor. Na yamubi so part of the reception of this particular platform. Shasi Ache and no more so Shasi, and we thank you for maintaining that credibility when it comes to delivery of more program.
That's na memfa kunya oso enchia etifo nyina mutie Ekosiisen dwumadi na ebedo so ase because Asempa Asempa nyina so efi etifo and me gigi selfa Ghana fa na nyina obi a radio eda awuti na adwuma pa maye da be pemisa amrenti memsa ma munyo adwuma fo mpenifo nyina.
Chairman, my master, you better to Safri.
This is the first time I'm baha. Na me sure say ya who conduct you.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM.
Many I admire you.
Ekosiisen. Asabni nyina no.
Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen. Dey kan nyina me say Ekosiisen. Ghana for the day when na ma ye nyina no Ekosiisen. I think say nkofo a omo tina se new program. That inspiration omunya no
Asempa FM.
I think that we have to understand the word Ekosiisen.
asam na wie nyina no and Ekosiisen the be kan ho nyina the na bonten wo a wote konso na chi the ATM me ame kasa aban panimfo nyina Ekosiisen ye wie ni nyina ye ko wie e wa bobo ano and is oman na ye so oman na ye chichire na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoko na ye chichire a na Ekosiisen
freshest burger in town. Chairman, what's your question about saying?
Obi. Yamiadum. The wise selection I can eat. You have 2 wins so now. But also why fe? Obi. Minimum says our fans sir.
Sir. Hey. Ewa he fan.
Miss Miko convention, apostolic convention. So we are Pentecost, but Miko apostolic convention was Baltimore. Apostolic forward the law. Okay. Mrs. Ketchy no money Cromwell no money and na obi na obi no wundi na afro because bisa no obi wa ware na na misi masa mini Facebook to pa bisa no. They love you too much. But why are there? O price no cost. Nti echa obusanfo nyina o ma hu se o bomode na utumpon.
Obi, na me person will call upon you. Once I will o bo homoden pa na sisa no pempen so ya du no. Why so kukrumuta yensan ho nyadan emopo edwani mrese ya Ghana babia opinity Ekosiisen and he will be so at say
openness, I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, Miracle, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines only a Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that's a powerful for your time.
What be, that's it.
That's it. And the Honorable John upon the attain and cannot.
Only me share momna, move in na namiti. Would you make the woody namiti? And Maya used to. Yeah, your line of questioning. Send I was 100 program. And I think that a bit me flow together.
May that's it. Yo, Prof, where the medase?
Yo, me wa do do wa for bukra postpone no na enche ho do magina ba bia bi men some kakra no se sia ma kofi. Mate,
medase pa. Asempa FM, yes.
Na ma Asempa for na bu kanya me some kase. Asempa de gospel, dia mo kan Yesu Kristo ho asem.
Ye ka papa. Okay, I know what ye ka pa. Nyami sha wonso. Oh, nice. Medase. Professor Stephen Ade and Yatene Kano.
Asempa FM.
Your Excellency, Akwaba na Otden.
Hey, Obi, Yamina Dumia Hui.
Bibia
Boko, me chete fupa. Na mabahan me hu de Nzama Sasa. Wa brabo. Sande Obi and the minimum security takra this year. Oye, nationally the level baby will do royal so wow, that's great. It's great. It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
You see, that has always been my philosophy. We hasn't there happen, as the trees grow, others come up. Yeah. It's painful work. I also say that's it. It's really a pleasure to be before you at Asempa. And this is the first time Samara me pre Asempa FM.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Me continue na me chase you whole year. And me free Marco go from Marco.
Yeah, best thing about being Comobio. Why?
You the floor say.
Me didn't your say Bonsu.
Because you Bonsu.
Who me now frame me Obi a major also. Why?
There's only Obi a one and
Chairman Medase. Chairman Putin, Central Regional Chairman, Hedima MPP. Hey, Chairman Putin, wow.
This is a program that I don't miss. It's on radio. It's on Asempa Radio. It's by Obi, our friend Obi. I like Obi's program because Obi has a way of doing the questions. When he's asking his guests the question, this afternoon I was interviewing Apo and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And when Obi is asking the questions, he has a very innocent way of putting what appears to be a very difficult question. And I think that his interviewees always enjoy it. And that 2 o'clock political program on Asempa is one of my best. Almost every afternoon, I'm watching it.
Medase nedi kan no mame enchia wetiefo bi na obi mezozo memo mabaso se ono production team se brano Ghana for betting ya ekoso e wo wiase ne oman mu a egise Ekosiisen. Yes. Na akoye Ekosiisen susu yidie na esi ebusa se ehin na ne manakosi
Asempa FM.
Samuel Atachi, Honorable Minister in charge of Works and Housing, Member of Parliament for Ebuakwa South.
Time I have had, if I have any aje. Na any man that down, never to accommodate so. Minimum set Ghana that Wakumaso. Sounds when a Damakumaso. And Tiana, Oman in Peja.
Kamal Dean Abdullahi. Pabana, it's saying,
oh, Obi, Yakupon. Minti bibia edadi enrich na me watamale na metie Ekosiisen I think one of the networks in Tamale ABC radio and as usual you were fantastic. In fact Obi memedie meka say we have not been shortchanged by multimedia at all.
Ekosiisen on Asempa
placement or you're sitting on the seat no has actually proven to us say indeed Ghana
Asempa
has the
FM.
men, and Ghana will continue to have the men in the media industry. Asempa Matisse Mwanya
CIMG radio program of the year Ekosiisen.
Obi me boma baso papa.
Network mu ya Santwa ya Asempa FM. Network mu Asanteng ne Ekosiisen. Aha. Network mu ya Bonra Ekosiisen. Ena network ya yekan wasem emu na yiri Ekosiisen. Ena network mu ochenye Ekosiisen. Ena network mu gamanche Ekosiisen. Ena network mu awula efi wo Ekosiisen. Na network mu tobi Ekosiisen.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Unyamia dumpozi fona ya sa omo se chum omo nyine gina mia afeda akoda ne nkomo ne omo fonso
omo kura moto na
akoda ne nkomo
omo park moto no omo
di nkomo was omo jale
that traffic jam it
ayi honom ayi no opombulo honom
opombulo
omo kwa dem say legon fo no omo di anu nyina because too much every day no omo titi wono no omo ye no omo ko ni
WhatsApp no.
It's too much. Police officer WhatsApp. Yes, I am vigilant and make sure our presence. Let me see a lot of things. On what Gina phones, could be vigilant. No,
not class a jammy.
Police officer.
The sense of responsibility and
because just this Sunday, you know, Hannah won for a particular purpose. Wadaroma. Muni wa yanzu yeni wo. Na me dey kan kwa na chi o da kwa de besin kwa me oh no yele. Chia, ona wono over for the truth. Na dispatch na ba on. Ya ka je so okojina eyi wan na so it's painful.
It's there you say, who said this new motors no the amount and a police visibility go motor now. Near parking motor.
I don't see baby no most of the time no. And you phone na Kwaduru bi o table chenche kubewura not in chen. Na so mo boss CB na mo di nkomo sre bom papa e bi kra that.
Not traffic, not painful.
I'm telling you, Obi, nyese you betra to cancel na do. O man here to be JJ. And that's my fear.
The sense of responsibility is lost on us.
O man that's why I catch now say. And so bia person kan kura, onokura kan be baby a ugina, and say what kan kura. After two, they bia don't be see a tenia ba and I independent. That's how they want us to live. Because the post in here say you don't go duty call. Our major focus is to make sure that we destabilize and disorganize a lot of the moves. And our presence in quality will be now. What one I would do now?
WhatsApp
and our WhatsApp. If you want to know one cause was to say 10 and one say Obi Koji 150. Go jani 2 takwade. Oja to kem. The driver no kwa no onye ni papa passenger. Ebe we china kono for to so it is just one negligence on the part of you no. And no akoso of my money nyina. and we don't put in enough deterrent measures. Obi koya sahaje we are. Ebeye echiwade, and I come back to the special prosecutor. Mr. Because one young man.
Yeah.
One man who says uja one over the pepe.
That's true.
That's so true. Me person ko ojina mu ye na juma no. O the man in chen because of course alwe nyoma ede man akade ede man so fa na juma.
Yeah.
Obi nyame na juma do ja.
And so what kind special prosecutor act now?
Yeah.
Act 959. It is probably the only institution in the world. Yamano
to me
powers now. Unim say our preventive powers. It is to prevent corruption from happening.
Exactly.
In Rebecca on a Japan, when the special prosecutor issued a corruption risk report to prevent corruption from happening, because I said no, it had to raise a red flag. That's the power to prevent it from happening. Number one, our investigative powers. To investigate in OSHA and the office, no, or trained investigators to investigate, or the power to prosecute. It is also strategy. Also strategy in so investigations in conflict of interest issues, corruption issues. But strategy need prosecutorial powers. But special prosecutor was our powers to prosecute corruption and corruption related offences. And one good thing about special prosecutor also the power to recover and manage assets.
Recover.
Yes. It is yaka say bia wo asset bi wontimi nkyere mu ye. Ekwan ofa so nya ne yenti ase ya. Otimi je. Yes. Yes. Otimi. And this time I say man the power to manage the asset. Mostly no say abide in nsa to obi property so a obehwe no na ye wa. The police need the chief.
O di moto ni no wa boro sisi eta.
Wa kwesi nwurem.
Na wa police ya atete we brother police.
Mobile pages on mobile video no. Police ni no HC obi oti moto so. E no no so dey akwa kwese nwurem.
Na wa baby akwa ni da. Ni baby awonam.
Asempa FM.
What do you mean? And nobody talking about it in this country. Mumianka, Mumfa. Now President Kufuor under your watch. Why? That even the Supreme Court enforcement, is a problem. Attorney General the Ghana Police Legal Department, hey, most of them who hear the papa in this country. Hey, Mr. So when you get closer to the heater.
Because I've read Makai AG advice on this matter. Makai Kofi Boache, head of legal department, advice on this matter. Everybody says actually the ruling of the Supreme Court near clear.
Oh, but they're not clear.
No, review.
That is the point.
Why do we do this?
That's the point. And then we have to not clear. Yeah, I'm calling us going to be the Momokono. Mako Supreme Court, me take me once. We also until once implementation a problem. In fact, the president himself. I'm the National Security Minister. What was the legal advice by the AG and the legal department of the Ghana Police Service? Nalangas almost say. Langas. IGP onja kasanonya ceremonial, Onja in hacks, not in mama celebrities. That is not the work of an IGP. You're a nice man, so work.
And also account to
please, just happen to please. Because IGP photo finishing one please. Please. Stop it in this country.
They are rebranding the police.
Oh, please.
Look at what they've done. If they can rebrand them now, who share celebrities near there? They're not part of the rebranding. Okay. But rebranding is part of it.
Are you not sad?
It's a service and your force.
No, please. Now, who provide service in me?
Osei.
Hey, also the ultimate money pocket cancer more. Hey, now here.
Asempa
94.7. No, but that's it.
Blog, go for mutual blogs. Boy, I will bore more and you have Mirika pa na medie free me am site. And you have to go to her.
Na soldier for na na ebo ho ban no mo yi.
Me pa ocho ya from mo back o, ya recall on mo back. You try to ya press conference or car say ya entry on mo no. Ya try mo nyina back ama ya wa no, ya na ya wa ha.
you only need to conquer. I think this matter should be now addressed. You need to conquer. No, sorry, you need to you see, Obi, the president should be ashamed. Kandapa should be ashamed. The IGP should be ashamed on this matter. We feel insecure now in this country. Why? Why? We feel insecure now, Mr. President. And you're too much for us now. Maybe, Chief, maybe, because nice like this. It will change. It will change your fantastic flag barrack. When they are coming, they preach like angels. Nanado Danko Kufuado Mampenin. IGP. Chief of Defense Staff. CID Penimu. Yohonu Kofi Boachi. COPs. Supreme Court. What is wrong? We pretend we are fighting a situation. Langa is the point for it. I'm a witness. I'm a witness. Clemens Jato. Atomic for assassin. Police for the Langa to chase my food here. Make sure from say bam. According to me, my homie, I'm who be my jeans. Me down to 29 was the country. Oh, Kajako. Now, President Tisha Langa no new jobs on Obi. Onyame apostolic Nyame and a babbage film from that day. Me come to my food. Bam. Obi now grow and to why you don't understand it. And to why you don't understand it. Mr. Busa Clement Jato. I've worked for that man on assassin 17 crimes. The police, they are pretending. National security, they are pretending. That's the danger. These are institutions that your mandate you say you're the and your bambo ashomu. Now this country Ghana.
But if the Supreme Court can rule,
this country Ghana
implementation will be a problem. Asempa.
No be now National Security Minister.
Charlie.
Matla Hakacho say.
I don't know bubuno. Any. War no bubuni in Egono. Ene.
But that's Obi. No. Me say on minor
Supreme Court. Hey, the Supreme Court.
We are getting there. Obi in confirm the sweat. That's why that I told you that. Obi was GR is a VRA. You are taking with Juma Musa, estate developer. One word to yes, you can't you about retirement, estate developer.
Asempa FM.
On for dynamic.
94.7.
What do you mean? And nobody talking about it in this country. Mumianka, Mufa. Now President Kufuor under your watch. Why? That even the Supreme Court enforcement, you know, a problem. Attorney General the Ghana Police Legal Department, hey, most of them who hear the papa in this country.
Hey, problem is me bano. Listen, the results no, we are 39, 35. 35 in the school, school no never kumpo. And after being in the school, 39. We are the first choice. And you say about because me bad way in school. I even Abraham say about this son. Say for the same year bedroom and say. Since I'm a bano, Osei. I won't be a she. Since I'm a banner results by Mbano, not happy that because on the side I'm so Troy. Into anyone, the studies are calling yesterday. Side results no 9 on 10 of the banana side results. Then I'm for 39 in school, I'm going to school. Or to sue if I'm mine, any, I can say, wait, if I say, never some I confused crowd. The first choice was to sue a brig girls. The second choice was to sue fancy mine. And I agree. Oh, yeah, move back 35.
Ninja me ba say yam place mo school bi emu. Nyame chusu ye nyam fa me anhye bi emu. Enu ntina me ba ha say no. Me 34 but mami school bia. But other guy be we class oyi 35 onyani first choice A school. Ena obi sunya 40 onyani second choice. Ba me hwe me die no. Me nya nya e wo say me nya no.
I want to change the school for my son because the school I'm not around Accra here. I'm staying at Sum Krabua Kota.
So which school did you get and which school do you want to change?
Get at Kaneshi. Yes, by it's a day. But I'm not around here, so I want to come and change it.
So which school do you want?
Okay, the school I want to do. My son will tell you because me I want boarding school, maybe a pre-sec or Kofodia Sectec. That
problem is say me ba no. Yes, the results no 39, 35 in the school in school no nya ba kumpo. And after be in the school nya 39, we the first choice. And no tell me ba because me ba no nya school. I say na ba han me say ba be sesa. Say fe say na be duru han me say. Since I'm a ban, Osei. I won't be a she. Since I'm a ban results by Mbano, you're happy that because on the side I'm so Troy. Until I know the statistics according yesterday discuss it. Side results no, you're on 10 the Banana side results. Then I'm for 39 in school, I'm going to school. Or to sue if I'm my any I can say. Wait, if I say, never some I confused cry. The first choice was to sue a brig girls. The second choice was to sue fancy mine. And I agree. Oh, yeah, move back 35.
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7. Asempa FM 94.7.
Asempa FM Sony. It's a Monday afternoon, a brand new week, the 20th day of February 2023. If you are joining us for the first time, good afternoon to you and welcome. This is Ghana's biggest and the most authoritative political, social and current affairs talk show. We would want to say a big thank you to God for life. We want to thank God for sustenance. We want to thank Him for grace, for mercies, and for all the good things we've experienced over the weekend. In the Nyame ase, yes, trying to say now what chin so on fire in cha asumdwemo. Say o on kwa o ade nyina. Say moje du mo fusa na techema da wabodwemo a bo amene emfa seda manyame nyame aye bi. We've done some 30 minutes after 2 on Asempa 94.7 FM. The show is Ekosiisen live from our national studios at 355 Fanofa Street in Kokomlemle, Accra. And live on a number of affiliate radio stations across Ghana, from Tamale on Kesmi Radio to BBNE on Achame FM. And of course, there were some new partners FA in Jumediano live. One of them is Biamo FM in Tikobo #1 in the Jomoro district. Biamo FM in Jomoro district. Let's also say a big good afternoon to our friends in Asante Achemagogo on Adansie FM. More secondi takradi on Aseda FM 105.9. Or Jokwa Ehaya Bankam Radio. Or Japekro Menida Swa FM Sony. And on all our affiliate radio stations, especially Moamuamanone FI in Jumedian live. Thank you. In Italy, in Germany, in Holland, in New York, in Worcester, Massachusetts, and Moamuo, Virginia, Stuttgart in Germany, or Denmark, or Norway, or China on GL Radio Online. Ministerial say Bonsu from Ubia Mejoso. Ma memfase dama production team no Dominic Kisiya Boa Nana Chumbere ma Jackson or saying Tiamwa yewo Queen Star in Japan and immense support from a man hine kwabena santene kwi aboachewa yadom yebeda aboafo no nswase. But before I do that, let me remind you say this show is live on the World Wide Web. Oko myjoyonline.com, oko adomonline.com, oko facebook.com/Asempa 94.7 FM. Like our page, share the stream and post your comment in the comment section, or YouTube on Asempa 94.7 FM. That's our channel on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and let's stay interactive. Yedi asidan so a eni kabia bema one hour boy through their magnanimity and yetimidi show yi ebremo. It will Go Ahead Transport Enterprise, Brawley Africa, Agbeve Herbal Center, Translight Solar, your Diagnostic Herbal, Samarita Angels Company, Rocksters Roofing Sheet, Obapa Product, EcoBank Ghana, DBS Roofing, Safari Tissue, Consolidated Bank Ghana, Ghana AIDS Commission, Nisi Pharma, Seahorse Engine Oil, Nova Plaster, and a Franco Trading Enterprise. You may hear some segment no Bremo. We are I think during the weekend the NDC's General Secretary issued statement and directive a part in penny for the on caucus in Parliament. Say Oman Penny ministerial reshuffle a course, no, they should make sure that they don't approve any new minister. Inti no statement a free party in penny for call one minority now, but and then so minority is where issue statement. I'll read both statements for you and then we'll have a conversation on those. Here we are, as you are aware, the vetting of ministers on Penny is underway. Katie Hammond is before that vetting committee in Parliament. Okay, I'm told say a Katie Hammond. Yeah, it was a rather interesting vetting. More mutimi if follow, yakom. Some of the responses on my some of them I believe say as a nation we should have a proper conversation on, especially the amount I spend edekra Yamade and amount for so pay Yamade will create a towel. Dominic is here about towel in the last 2 weeks. Osei. And then can go my enemy.
Of course, make we don't have a choice. Isn't I compromise on those things? Now important need to be for Bibia Tunche and anything. No one can always Fiaco every day. I can see a boiler project here. A de boiler binary, the upper force the force. You see the difference is very different. Of course, I just mind I embassy a kind of way. Then I send that background and got
$160 million any the import every year.
And so talk around as I speak to you and so talk. The challenge continues to be say local organic yamadia.
Yeah.
Nebo.
Yeah.
Edding.
Na abattoirs na wokrum hana omo akum nantwie na.
Abattoir okrum.
Na say aveno ha yen abattoir bi shewe.
Obi pa.
No mo kum wana yamade no mo de kwan.
Me person say obi enumudwa. Ntino abattoir bi eni apart from Accra, Kumasi,
yes,
Jefamko,
yes.
Asa, there is no abattoir in
proper abattoir.
Yeah, cry here below standard. Yeah, your operations below the standards of a proper abattoir. Even with the Kumasi and the Accra abattoir, no crano, Omonioma Bibromo ye crano, Atosin. Say, proper word, proper abattoir. Atosin. But at least for Jefamko, for Accra, for Kumasi abattoir, there's a certain guarantee. So I say of a reliability, now Yano Mudi now before ye buy in us, ye be provided quality meat at an affordable price as in Jefamko. Ebesi Nina Akrano. Some of these groupings no we nam eku kwawdo. No money yeko. Because that's what they tie. Eshi enam. And surprisingly, that's what a lot of Ghanaians prefer. As we speak, any part that should jitum say yemfa tie and shinam. Yemfa dia tetidiana ne yeno. And they will tell you that this is what we've done over time.
They are the
it you know also the gas. Ebe shina ne sa na manyo. Wa wo say nkokono wo the machine. Wo the tuma na tutu nkokono nyina. You are not serious.
Oh, you have something like that.
Machine wo. Now before provided a lot of comfort and kasa. And ubetimaye nyoma say machine bia
a lot within a short time.
Exim bank for facility bia na edebe. And cocoa which were processing cocoa over 3,000 or so within just about 15 minutes or so.
Wow.
What is in the poultry industry and in a moanye na Ghana yem do musuko 1 sec cry. It's immediate I have continuously been an advocate for the previous administration or more broiler projects normally by. It was fantastic, even though it came with its challenges. Today be Adamika Boris Farms, Akate Farms, Darko Farms, Infu Farms, other major farms now Ecovicity, you know, a bit more demand nasifon. Obi, we need to relook at this issue of ensuring say previous administration economic strategy was that 40-60 regime where you keep importing 60 and then you produce 40% locally. And then you build up year upon year. Now, by the time when I was even if it's 15 years, Ghana will be sufficient for itself. And then beyond, but the system as it operates here,
there's no strategy behind it.
Strategy in the crown, it will be compromised along the line. They be the Mikachiro, say uni or Maya Emuni Pano, very patriotic. A doma come out to say,
we need to sacrifice for this thing to work.
They say 2 year check. Unini pa omoye no kwafo. They are not truthful. Unini pa omoye honest. Omoye no man so emu da. They are not transparent. Ni pa ye wo mu Ghana nyina dodo na no. Any opportunity obi no you want to take
or the Ibu system.
Exactly. So on Kasa progress no. It will be difficult if we don't shift from a certain mentality to what will make countries progress. It means say ba enum and Singapore, and Dubai, and Rwanda. It just didn't take them by talking.
David. The sacrifices those people made.
It just didn't take them by talking.
To put their countries where it is now.
So it's a collaboration between the ruled and the ruler. No, person or the policies bebano. Ni suit ni buying ni yo ni chose be do me mind. De me ye bia ye me mind tell me ye. Wonu so a team no so no. Esan say ya dan na dis a church no. Onso je o ye nyina say ampa. Se na ekode a. And the me so
me family dia me so.
But then obia ni obia family dia. Obia ya afam dia. Ebe mo no ankasa. Ne ho ato na bro so kra. Because a Greek, obi so bad Greek a Greek sector alone,
the opportunities and
there's a obi and I'm saying kuyayon kasano your first certain specifics because Canada there now me remember another example even Jefamko sometimes hotels 3x4 we can't supply them meat
94.7
Jefamko we can't supply them meat a bit because of per chicken products obi per organic. But once there are no organics, now we decide to bring this importation and all those things. It's a choke gap.
And then I was excited to hear. Time I interview Chicken Man, Pizza Man guys. No, say omo chicken, almost say locally free Boris B.
Very good.
And that's a huge
boost for the pressure, my Boris, because delivery. And this guy has been in the game for long.
Yeah.
Dako farms, Akati farms, Infun farms. Farms, major.
Imagine say all of them are demand from major restaurants in the country. That is how you build and create wealth.
Again here is Obi. For instance, that me catch one. Me who didn't amenko to abrofo de no imported na enye papa no. Menko to no beto a kilo. Kuma so mo kan pound 1 pound. Yeah, nti 2 kilos is omo 2 pounds 1 kilo. Nti yeah uto 1 kilo imported chicken as soft or hard depending on the opana. Ebia 16 cedis 50 pesos or 22 cedis
for kilo
for a kilo. A kilo no so to kilo na. Now to akoko mu a ebia 75 cedis broiler and a layer 100 cedis a. Ubo say broiler ni layer ni na obi. Wanya careful unya baby omudi etemu and a 16 cities etemu 16 or 20 cities etemu
sir
yeah na dey fun we dey
na nebo fu
ebo no una osefo even with that price 20 16 18 cities for a kilo no so what as eno kra na enye adwuma ketwa ne to no kra ye din so you can imagine 16 cities kwa na untimi to na 100 ni person na be fresh akoko. That is the pain. That is why I don't see why any paper bressa na no ma yebedi akwa emu no so no yentimi nya ba de ko importem nya enkura nketwa of an feature no ati control me eti hwewedie na nkasa wankoto aduro bia na nku bia nsa so esan say wo di purely organic foods no ni bibia wo di bia control me bedu nkran no na ayeko because we are not encouraging even within the city opportunity bi ebenya bia no yentimi enwie aduane ma wo back na ni so di kran won kran da bi obi a person the tight team ni minim obi a person the air condition si nim it will be 99 years e wotachima and I have Kenya say still okwafum ne won ye. So we have a problem kuya there onyame anim ni kure. The last time I checked them agric minister say what so kasa me catch say there should be a lecture to tell the youth of this country
the opportunities in there,
demonstrate the
practical
I will agric abroad.
I've engaged one man called Mr. Kobold, meaning se unimina or ya agric expert. But one thing they do, and they said there is this fund be created, a partnership, private and a public, into your buying and who will move but omo de bois. And they do it through banks, Emma soft loans too. I have to bring him to the studio.
Yeah, but that's why I keep telling you.
Because you think brain okay, menya sisika me the best start in these opportunities we have to introduce them to. Me the neighbor studio.
It's very important.
One of these days.
Then the institutions who are also supposed to like project and fund us, they are compromising a lot of these systems. No, baby, I hope as I say more genuine Lusika.
Ghana
Niger ni Burkina Faso. I'm telling you that they short hotels no Ghana beef and almost hotels in specialized areas be omo peke it in entry mu atio but no much show baby omo pe di be aduan ukọ na mu a it's an interesting field and nam ni bebre wo hono ma ye twa baby wo ho baby wo kra hu dompe ba akokra se dompe wo your choir before so metran ne bo so I down no o bank ko
there was a public lecture ma we deliver lecture
clearly Sergio Reese for pharmacy also ana one Mr. Wilson be who did your monastic kakra. Mr. Wilson has been in the UK for over 30 years food safety expert purely on meat into a walk through won't say and nam no kra no I see a we are near ya dobi timi to nam so as a yen share no yes obedient to now
say protein deficiency
it is nominal. It's about how we have handled it all these while and now come miami bi na obi ensure ya dey horo nam no so at as all confirm when I no mo plan na point o ensure mo dey
ensure na
wa be ko
o madwin bom se dey
ko ensure back no aye no ma be 4,000 ano mu twim nti edua de etwim tai de etwim semna baako support baako na ye ko wi akoyen. We should be bothered about some of these things. That's why minim so won kobo fofo bi a wo de be unyam bi wa no. That's why me kra na me one for instance obi say mama yarega questions obi say Katie Amon. I was shocked. I was shocked, and I thank the other colleagues area Neil and Van der Point. You see, I don't know, but me obusa question be me say and they be say now there and then again members of parliament I did be in TV show already no share money mo nyama bafo I did be a live coverage more restraining more restricting more from certain utterances and certain body languages see the Joe Wise who any the minority leader now as ranking and then chairman, chairperson. Some more members no, and somebody need you because it's live.
Yeah.
So no matter your disagreement, whatever, no, you should take it easy. Some do baby no, not between Katie Hammond and Mahama Yariga. The questions and the responses and the demeanor and the posture, you know, it was upset. It does not speak well of that August House. People always go or be crying here. Meaning, people ask questions as you say, war being a kind of for. You know, I don't get it, and I'm looking at faces because of course, you monitor all those things. Sure. I'm looking at posture of people. You want to ask a genuine question, and it's like maybe there's a war, and that's Subana Bagana for Yemubino. Yen to your bossy. Because we are all learning, and we always want to learn the good things, not the bad things. Yeah, comparison African continent in beyond Europe, USA. People interact, people deal with themselves, even though they disagree. But their stance is genuine. Sure. But if we disagree, because of political interest, and the Ghana interest.
Interest.
We always want to do things politically. And it is becoming something serious in this country. Say, Emra Dawa. You know, Emra Omukotu. Emre Bia, Patrick Buama. Obusa another intelligent question, or supply chairman of the occasion, and Joe Wise. A very important information. I'll read it out. Even the interpretation based on Omoa di Omoya Odomo. Osha. You a new appointed minority leader. Look at him, Eric Joe Wise, and then shit is the interpretation of Joe Wise. Also, they say,
also different interpretation.
And when we are headed towards that lane now, it's dangerous for our country because they say no credit any mremunti aseno ejina baby ujina. How do we push a country like this? No credit. We are becoming people serving an interest that is at the detriment of the country, and that's my fear. The moment the law is explained to suit Obi at the expense of make-up, then we are opening up ourselves for confusion and chaos and for lawlessness.
By interpretation, eventually it ends with the Supreme Court.
We've been here and look at the interpretation of a Supreme Court ruling. Even a lawyer for Ghana, a judge for Ikum, not say police for Ikum. Soldier for Ikum, BNI for Ikum, Jubilee House for Ikum, National Security Bosses, no, Yera Sweden, Yera Kandapa, Ikum, not Nyoma, and Sem Fata, and Ekoso. Yeah. And so we are picking it from every angle.
But no, what time on that way, Mensaka, Attorney General, ne legal advice how they the Ghana Police Service on that issue. What time? Sorry, but there is some good news. Senor Osei just tweeted. Say Obekai say aban eka say bond debt exchange program no na enye compulsory for omo person omo be sign no they were at liberty not to sign na say one sign aban say o bond no mature obey den obetua o coupon we ne the amount say Senor Osei post you say good news for bond holders. The outstanding GOG bond ISIN GHGG 0G062613 maturing today has been paid. Check with your bank if you did not sign the debt exchange program. Anyway, yes. Inti omotria. That is omo no sign it on. Hey, omo de omo say that be the sign. Ye we ni so omuntua ma na or cast good news for them are buying etria. It come back to because initially na acquire issue of trust. Na individual bondholders be brain na no munye sure. Said the aban aka say e mature obetua no they were not sure. And am be brain na and signing on to no. Inti we would be some good news for the entire negotiation. Now at least a man for said the aban can't so obey. What to me? Let's hope say build some trust between the parties. You know what me and negotiate.
Well, back to the issue. Some of the things confronting us as a Ghana this year is the creation.
Yes.
And the day do something. And I think idea bar it be 2 years no near chasso. Asempa so no 1 2 years and free now go chasso. And nothing the problems from 1992. You are solving it politically. That's who try home cover. Every place that you pass from 1992, your school placement issue and grow from good to the best. It's growing from good to the bad. Oba buying you my contractor for into your and grow from good to best. It's now getting out of hand. Contractor for shoddy work near you and grow until it's getting worse. Oba central for Juma, Yanukre DNA Yekano, Esotia net by the day. Oba Ghana for this Muswa, cutting of corners, I want to bet Abrabo. It's increasing by the day. Oba Yamabunu Muswa. Quick win means to make money.
To make money.
Dan make ne unia ne kwa bo atwa na netia. Ana me ball abaso ball. ZP man abaso. Me person we become a group of people be each one them because young man. So it's a group nim there and fine. But young. The key thing that he did. 3. Nyamisuro very very important. Nukredie. Onyamisuro ene onyamiasira na ene onyamade man no. Ene nukredie. 2 onimdie. It is also onyame or a dangerous a person. You cannot pull such a person down easily. It is the need the whole abribiada
too much. They need the whole too much.
Yes, they need the tieni panika
too much.
And now one way here obaka say onya maso. Onimdie nyame ada na dia chere. Ana onim baby nyame di ni free ba. Ana onim baby a oye de oko. Ana onim nipa etwa no ho ahia so mo nyina nsep do na adweno e ya bambu adwene nko a se nyanyame ne ball ne mpanyimfo achi doma na nke ye se ne wan se ye pagi ani ne Orlando na ZP ye pagi ani ne Sweden na ZP ye pagi ani wa ha ZP
and Ghanaian.
Yes, so masre obi ani ho obetima kati corners a jump line da obakọ osibakọ ebe free moja osibe free moja because person fit prekope now pause ebe free moja. So the youth of today, they are cultivating and developing that mindset, the attitude. They say within 3 seconds, no. I say, no, I the topmost young guy. What you mean? What you mean? But a room where you cannot build this room within just a day. How much more room? You can't just this room, Crown.
Because even the ZP guy who shared the story that you think, say,
it has traveled.
School and starting.
It has traveled.
He took time to take us through the entrepreneurial journey. Or start to say autumn a year graduate here degree
yeah.
Your friend stash.
Yeah. Or the tonton be
in US. Emma black schools never US no. Bibi or didn't who say mubia. And mind you say he went with EcoBank for a long time. He understood baby the apprenticeship also
the word is apprenticeship.
Prepare.
Yes. And then preparation. Peter Ford do one kind of Ghana. Naka kwano say your filter krana. Or say your shaft. When you remember also filter problem no. Na shaft or cause a shaft but na filter no. And that's my problem.
Asempa FM.
Kano kran baby only gear oil nankasa be guna nankasa. Onim I had to say me akọ otu mi kai. For sure I people windscreen on baby a ye dey say. Minia. Dem hu say o dey gum kai the people that was a double cry there or they want to say I mean person car dey cry or the gumi or want to say
brake fluid na
this one the war everything coolant nim I know the people or they want to say afa me kwa me na iso ni ba no what iso ba na ko ade good sweet ba ade obi. So that's how an apprenticeship no enduring no a problem for us. Me ko kuma se akora ba ko ne mameti. Oh yeah, osua de pam ne 3 years say na man. What unwie adwuma no? Unwie. 4.7. Oba so tell ho at once. And I say, we are correct. How would you even be blessed? How? Go back. Go and apologize to your mother. Unwie meba almost a space of time that kind 3 months kind of car. Unwie bless you. Obekwa ko di dan say wo obekwa ko ka kwantimfi na ketwa na wonim wo ye o say wonim bibia anti no that is there was problem in this country
and people should understand that yes I na ka say entrepreneurs they will say we take a risk risk no should be reasonable risk I was say a risk nyansa wom risk no nkyerɛ what start here adwuma usua adwuma yes we 3 years we adwuma 1 year we I say yes me take a risk in me adwuma me so me kwa set you are joking
or time to tell ya yes God's time no
and then who opportunity na pa no room and mind you say on your experience from other businesses or
exactly because you a lot of big boys
let's go through the process.
Enduring is now the challenge for us. Enduring is now the challenge. Because maybe I don't be catch you. Now, mommy, the opportunity and privilege. Me ma a tip of because obi me actual book.
Sure.
Me ma a tip of my journey so far
in radio.
A lot of people are shocked.
FM 94.7.
Apart from the mercies and grace of God, we just didn't jump here. That is why I'm more credible. I'm say, so you babunu titsu now unya kwanya unya that opportunity. Say oba servo ewo ya manyo semu. Uya babuna. It's one big opportunity for you. The other say with diligence, with focus, with determination, hard work, love for your country and patriotism, you need to excel.
Sure.
You need to excel because if you don't excel, what you are doing to yourself, you are blocking the chances of other equally good people who would have gotten the opportunity and used it better. It's not just the opportunity.
Dabi.
And the level of in politics, in business, everywhere, it's too much. Your success is not from your own effort. Effort they can't about 2%. Is because at the end thereof, Onyame expect to say you bless your nation, you bless your family, you bless your friends, and you bless yourself. They are on the ladder. No, we are a successful person. In the midst of all your challenges, only last person to enjoy what you have.
Sure.
It's yansu so mama ya beti to because and na ya sorry anopa and you may we yen guarantee atu o wini born we no na me nya sure say or extending the flight we are no to kwano na me nya sure say onim say
bibi sa
ade we bisi onyame enkoso hu ye mobo no nye ye boafo because you cannot be bigger than God.
And one thing listening to tribute and air pour in also there are a lot of people they don't really publicize Nyoma papa ya omoye. Into him say the part of a chua na oye philanthropist near the nipa bebre na yes.
Who's a prison for being so
and after say free mo na nipa bebre na ehu that part of him. And I think ultimately the ehiane say when you are no more a day na nipa be can found.
And I
think it's one thing
even though I disagree with Lumba Hona or the share because this is the promise of God.
Sure.
It is our promise, you know.
Sure.
I don't know how to start a new year. What poem would they want some as you say,
yeah.
Usika obetimi akura ade bia investment and say ehia one kasa wana muntu ne one ye no kasa because yakubu be ka chese ya to ano na reka one betimi the problems abro.
Yeah.
So in as much as I disagree with that bit as asogum nipa beji ni di nipa mepe me na me beji di penyi nche ni nyina chi no ensunsuanso a ubenya ama uman ene wadofo ene wabusu no is key,
very very important
because I said yeah oye billionaire we are saying esa ni su ene ne ban papa ntino ene sebi ya at this tender age of 31 we free ho kwada mienu we ene ne yere ne nua ban ne eye ne maame mo how are they going to really come to terms with this kind of loss? It misre onipa de ene na ye dia echina you are not guaranteed even ene no kra no se komna sante kasa wa ha wi a he is not guaranteed the next second. That is why we always plead for onyame nyuna say ohun ye mobo enti yenhwe yie and make us say it's far away from us and our true now we say they be adam ka bibi esi bia no say e onyame na strike you every system because umro atuso
dabe
na wo so hwe no umro atuso enti they be adam leave the day as if say today, 20th of February, last day. You can only speak confidently because you lean on an altar, altar. When you're a certain verified assurance, they say, Onyame say, Onu bedini yi. Na onu akwana muntu. Inti eja etuba, afuna etufa. Bibi enem wiem. Wobia ne empofrumun. Onyame echichiro. Every Sunday morning.
And I think one key thing from the life of Achu would be
nyame ede ade bi dua ni pa bia mu talent well di nyame ma wo bia talent there is nobody on earth bibi ni ho e battle nipa no easily di nyame de sa talent na ma use your talent well. Use it well. Maximize your potential. At 31 years, the whole world is celebrating a footballer, a talent, and the man. He honed his skills. No, soon ye. It is one key thing. And Bible count Galatians said, therefore, as we have opportunity, let us do good to all men. As you have opportunity, in the opportunity, so ba na nyame to nsemua ye papa. Nipa binum trimu edin dodo ye papa. Do good. Do good to all men. Men kasa me dey me twen minya skabru su ya. Yenye papa. Yeah. Achu was not the richest footballer, but people are talking about him for his time off the field than on it. Into the ball ne crow boy, and yen na man for this celebrating him more. And adoya na oye. In the ocean tribute airport in adoya na oye. Inti yenye papa. It doesn't hurt to do good. You know. Inti let's do good. Unyo opportunity. Nyamishra wa unshra ma unkwa. Enu na ma ukonya public officer. You think say was me me mabusua ne me yere ne me mane in this sika bia na wo pema ho when you are taking decisions it's you only ni padomna o destinies e hye wo nsem.
That's why every day me can say the intercessory prayer odima prayer continues to be a very key prayer. We also 24 hours a day. There we nyina say unko a onyame bie suro fence nyina ma ona fa bibie di. You've forgotten that a lot of people also look up to you. You also look up to a lot of people. Eti nipa na ukọ no akọje adwen free no ukọ no akọpe ayimu free no ono de onso ida kumpo kwasi chum a omonya adwuma onso ida kumpo kwase me chire me yam come from 6 to 9 am say multimedia tumpo enka no ho no ma nyansa sonko na enya attractive money pa me ondwene one day da o de obsora no pa de obedi nko an no ire no mba. How can you think like that? I think we should grow beyond that. The moment you grow beyond that, uba wo se de wo ye bia no uba dwene Ghana ho obajuni nipa dodo na impact ebenya wo so na ye be selfish and jealous and envy shouldn't bitterness be a part of us, and that is why we are creeping to this country. Ahoya ani bre na ntitwa anye way that way na kwa party
interest levels is too much
akosuru dodo. It is ya hye ye wan hye adwene an hye ne ya. I repeat here again that Ghana pass ye be fa into my perfra. It will be difficult for us, and the generation yet unborn on best subject now to a scrutiny. One here baby to you for a boy. Quite painful, quite your mouth fast. Any panya di baby, any baby no. Quite a far any Ghana fast. Very important. It must say. And one thing that comes to mind, and some of my co-quanso experience, hey, I alone know, over the weekend,
and a video, no, me who video, ja, more video, and
I'm saying that, it is no news. That's how we have treated this country. Mama Miyan Kasa, it is no news. Yakoji is a World Bank on this matter of ILO for this BRT. Buses Nankasa me.
Any video.
And even from day one, when I am sometimes in Adiana World Bank for the Ghana Koshe local government. How can ILO be under local government? How? That's my point. Minim Sebia, Minim, dear one, it's
under local government.
It's under local government. How? ILO is under local. In fact, my understanding is I heard Kromusako pilot to back other regions was saying no. Anna I resisted that move, no, because I'm clear don't feel say it is not serving any interest. Yeah. But ILO cannot be
in the buses, I in the CC hall.
And the Obi, so who be a chapter so actually you'll be amazed. And I'm saying quite cry Jessica the coyes are quite.
Hey, you're saying no. You're saying no.
Until my when Obian go baby, when photo finish. Now be dim come for about 1 month to Ghana and I 1 week. Hey, yes, you can say I don't know the way and about say you must say Danny can come on because I look crying which I look for the Kasaka and I'm baby. At the end of friends, and we say, Bass say I don't come from the abandon the call. Bass say I don't come from the abandon the call. And then I mean it's government should really look at this.
Because these buses cannot be there. Yes, no more transport ministry. Why?
But that's what I'm saying. A honor rift in one.
Because in the Ayalolo concept, no assemblies need play role.
Yes, that's what we're board now.
Yeah,
mayor.
Yeah,
and then the MCs and this.
In the assembly, no one say Ombe Jayama.
So that's it. It's who share Ayalolo Krana and some of your boyfriend crowd background. Accountability matters a issue. And this is how we have solved the problems of this country all these years.
And while we do the boardroom wrangling, no, now passes ninja
yeah. It's way Obi. O started in 1992. Who even casa abanko. I had to tell see what I said. Now agreement with Ghana boka. The judgment debt. And I say for any companies concerned. Now we that local government office for Bakubia network.
Na cars be true partner in the CC See
we no feel crowd much like for crackers we grab very basa. People do these things and they go scot free because there's no checks and balances. Yeah. There are no accountability. People think that Ghana they how is there and
but when you even one that say BBC we are called cabinet meeting ma ba happen obehwe no na cabinet meeting go bi ampo go lempo ma
oh na we no
go di we nkomo e dey ade na ba na egu na epro na ebi mo twema nso it's not proper because oje bus dey go ho e bro be 100 na sisi o
but that's what I'm saying
and public transport in this country is in a mess.
I don't want
while we have all these
the other aspect of it is that the intent of this Ayalolo project was GPRTU I don't know fire they were going to release the buses to GPRTU but prices are GPRTU for no and almost and talk. So the history of Ayalolo Nankasano is a serious conversation. A very serious conversation.
When I'm the Maslock, Ekofaba is coming to my GPRTU.
I don't have those details, but the name say these were meant for GPRTU, but for the price tag. And the man way buy the management of it, any Sikakra and also another conversation that we should have on its own. But Ghana, don't be surprised with some of these things. I don't know say Buapayum. You said that you said yeah, solve the problems of this country, but we are abusing the opportunities and the privileges all of us we have. Buapayum. You said that you said yes, solve the problems of this country. Another typical example. They be other Ufo Kumasi Accra Road. Udu Osina, maybe a Mumuadu, maybe a Mumuadu Rural Bank. Yeah. Say Jano, a bank in the same Mumuadu.
Bank Nidino.
Oh, that's a rural bank today. That may not try Bobby Dino. Yeah, Bobby.
Oh, that's a sexy names.
Oh, David. Mumuadu,
Mumuadu.
Yeah, Mumuadu
Rural Bank.
Osino Honor. Oh, don't do one man. I'm going to sit the dock on the side of now, highway. They've closed the gap. Yeah, who do Osina? They've closed the gap. Udu Konongwa. Virtually, they are now closing. Sunday we are and Konongo for in Koko from Madarma Muntie. A yet taxi driver Tiku for say a normal route but this Sunday I witnessed the new business say Tiku highway so I could dear you know you tell Master said a page Tiku yeah I witness it. Yes, will be you. Apart from Gaiji Diano about it, on the Trabremia, Nakasa, she shopping people. Me, they witness it. They'll be the same. Many a jack, any achi, any osumudi. Now, highway crowd away, they try highway say, oh, tell you, left, right. Me say, a radio fast only park for no gumi crazy. But says you was so cautious, baby.
I'm one what you
yes. Now, can't record the premium. One for no one you. I'm not to be copying. I'm also shame. Yes. Now driver Friday, Saturdays taxi driver for no more tactical drivers. Konongo and in Kongo. As if Sakano and a normal route. She said normal route, no namso. It must say assembly for yes, education. A highway continues to be a highway.
It's a highway for crying out loud.
No matter say Abeshe Ukron Finfi, it's a highway. And I feel Konongo Ufri a year snake for say and I say people bisuno and also than it car Sanya Ashegata Kunipa or several times. But still Ufra assembly one ma Bepono so Sanya and I say Ofra and also Konongo proper. Before we rock Konongo station one it depends on the free bar. So if you are creba, Obe do station one and not for Bepono. Ufri Kumasi bar, Obe do Bepono and not do station one. And also close in. Kontomre, Jenny, Nyadua, and all those. Almost close in. Now,
assemblies new one.
Oh, now assemblies is Obi. A man yourself no more you. Debi America, if our assemblies were very effective, and no more be brewa AC or Ghana, central government. Make do maybe I'm say so what happened to us in Tiantibanko to Muswaba? What happened? I ain't young. Because they will have a certain power.
A certain power to do
for an effective assembly work. But as it stands now, party, the assembly's in Bodimbo. Very difficult.
Yes, sis, I lolo basses in the Kumasi newo. Omani we are minute sampai bidding koba we are. I've stumbled upon this report. A reporter on Turkey and relevant for us because of the emboldened code and how we build in this country. The School of Civil Engineering, National Technical University of Athens, Greece.
Okay.
A preliminary report on the failures of multi-story buildings in Turkey and Syria. In the after earthquake ni see yes, granted say earthquake we now no adding, but almost research I show pictures and I'll show some of the pictures for you. Columns, dining columns. And now beams any idea chale ehu inti me share am say and the Ghana had a ye see there say earthquake kra 3 then and the earthquake is measured in BBR. Say, a see what gun higher than when I show you some of the pictures, and this is Turkey and Syria. I'll talk to Sampine when I come. I'll show you some of the pictures. No one said in your ACT. Honorable Sampine, you may your commerce, Honorable Aquabanet saying, okay.
Me ko Kumasi not man plan say be crowd but or receive me very well.
Oh, okay.
And
nice.
Or reflect why he's a mayor.
Oh, yeah, mayor Kumasi.
Do be na you know na betting ya bro median.
Oh, okay.
For instance, Jubilee Park.
Yes.
A year near Coach Hours. Me ma be share mayor echi. Afen cheri na abusua moma so mra ha. Santina Tubei. Kumasi Nimpon Mayor Kumasi Sampine. I've been a Mayra was the same way.
Oh, my hair pie, I was the same. Honorable, say, be able to call.
Yamiad next time. Uncle Chandy and I'm some coach. I don't
know. Now, wait a fair way, Bonnie. I mean, Enra abandoned you who videos be viral on social media. I low buses be, but we are told, say, it was Peswaso, Kumasi Metro. It's the same.
Yo, me that say, Obi, me tell you what you for. Now, before now, on my assembly about assembly the Juma. I might say and sister Uba Assembly now, apart from the chief executive or your government or president, or more can assembly members, no, some are appointed members, others are elected members. And yes, I war the technocrats. One more civil and public servants. I want more example. And two people so more DJ baby our camera. Posifoi or she on any she I because ye be maybe me win and crab catcher driver or mam not there. We almost sat there my baby joke. Baby trap. Say Obi and no one motive executive mania. And yet the technocrats no woman a word development planning for your environment. Your water sanitation, your water social welfare. Yes, one more said this say, one be whom be never discuss chief executive and the normal taking the precautions on actions to take. And you thought that there most of these things escape because we say there be a mechanic in their phone say, whom be a call me and tell me say, there couldn't be say because they need surveillance systems are a waha, Ubetian who say, all a big and I can't be for her and I say, this will be who and we are free. Na ya man ko akwa Diana e man ti ase no emra fosa. Back to ayalolo back. Video I make o can me win. But I know say some 2 weeks ago media has been called because say but it will be AC about. Look how many say there were over 60 of those buses. Yet the ST4 yard in there for curriculum, a hof, and the buses is the ST4 also passes, a bar, yet the no can inside, no one since send you or more park was. What I can tell you, they say almost all the buses, apart from the few are in saying any few are here say from display pass, a bit free suppliers no better near their years, my Emma. Almost every bus a road where they are equipment. This Christmas, we deployed almost all the buses of the route to help passengers in Christmas festival. And in September, I didn't tell my video now, but I know the reason. But I know a America. I can tell you privately. All bizarre. Dominic, I've told you why. He can tell you. But we may go be animals. That's it. Now, I send you a bit back. Nobody no creative impression. They say things are so bad. That is not the situation.
And you can confirm, say, buses are you know, buses are Wukumasi indeed.
Maybe you.
Okay,
but
very
they can't get the other one. Say, I'm passing more. And I mean, actually say, the bus is never handled. Over 70%, a year, but more than 80% cry a roadway. Kakrabi and a fault, a one, I was a supplier to know, and a day. In the back near the year
by roadworthy, you mean say
they are always on the road.
They are on the road. Kumasi for a fubi.
What's it?
A year Juma Kumasi a man for four.
Aye. You're running and one running at an entity, one more on board, one more BBR. They are not making losses. They make profits at the end of it. Oh, they who call honorable Jamawa. The country say Kumasi. This year basis, and when a performance, almost competent performance, they're far better than what they have in Accra because we don't post losses.
Kumasi the area this year, and Yalolo.
Ayalolo basis will be by any name at this year basis.
At this year basis. Now say a share, Kwesi Amase, Transport Ministry.
Say with the Transport Ministry and a facility, you know, into Amukran and my will be a. Nipa wa mukrabaye no wo na ye routine maintenance of those buses. And so we say be about no be grounded part no and wo ma say be ho adwuma no and then my asem no wo ba wo mu nisa obebisa nso na ukire no mu na say wa hye no krum a otumekwa akoka ya say this is motie.
No me ba because I will share video no me asa wo se hu video no but so hwe video no de nipa na wo twa no I say all the buses are parked at one place. Is it your argument say if indeed say we na Kumasi a the buses parked there na buses are akwa adwuma ba na be park na sa no pa
medical country will say the buses no a majority are roadworthy. Masanso can't say you use the premises of STC and a parking buses. It's in India, bar a park or home. The STC baby, I want the concrete in a support. A 1 year ma rest no, your parking was in Zambia, a 1 move on. And 2 corners of Bevuna, it was the
Asempa FM 94.7.
But no such as a yegma, and I mean, timer, the Panuco Chai, every grana. Na holiday be another man man normal about not about the China so we would not deploy the bus because you inform at once. If it's a bus there today, if we better for say why so now you need to quickly know would you prefer now they call and I know to say na me akasa na me fee about it and then me who say you call the bus is the back home the tipper truck the action. That transport officer planting. See another minute or two na maybe do call. So I had to quickly call them for a change of the bus and on baby passengers. It was to be a do low of hours now. The one will not go to the peak hours. The parking bill if it's all run here, operating cost higher than the income that will come. Into a certain point in the day, your parking buses, especially mid morning to mid afternoon, the parking buses, but in the mornings and the evenings and the night and at dawn, it's a different matter altogether.
Oh, okay. And the company now, independent company now, manage buses, no, or more reported Emma KMA na.
Oh yeah, KMA company.
A KMA company.
Yeah, the active board, I work board chair, I work for a run.
Oh, okay. Inti we no more year Jumana, then you pay back the facility at Transport Ministry guarantee, ma'am. No,
it's supposed to be so.
But is that what is happening?
Yeah, we in fact returns the LGA central government. Anything I can just say, yeah, man, if in the crime, your rates, you know, any affairs, no, our form change.
Asempa FM 94.7.
Well, it's time to play this thing.
Metro Mass
sector. The private sector.
Okay, private sector for no. Okay.
Dubai in the million and community class.
Okay.
But the private sector. One more year rate in the crano, our form because no as a means to say the Beboa, the metropolis commuters, no normal subetime move around.
Okay, not just that buses we're now running within Kumasi on.
A big out of Kumasi.
Now within Kumasi, the more special routes my buses because Accra or more create BRT lanes so Muobi. But
before me you question we are company no. When it's the Auditor General and audit to account every year.
Yes.
Until I should tell you say we are into serious business and you are growing na yeti. Then I make a big who be there. You are not the thickness of name. What moving on to see what much that I against the Asempa 94.7. Miss Mekoswa in the end. Then we got to some day and say no, I want people to protect old videos. Then I support the secretary and Asempa. Or more ancient. But it's enough. You're present in Kumasi and beyond Kumasi. A big book out of jurisdiction.
Okay.
A big call Mancranso, a big call BBNE, a B, a become a far a Jusonum, a call Butumchi, and an asset. The time in Oka say, the new World Bank, a one Shabia, Yaya technical meetings, the brave. Last week, before I had to come to Accra, the letters via a swap Musaka, any facility via or motive bus rapid transit or BRT no, Ewukumate. And there no one character said the local government ministry, finance ministry, and the transport ministry. No, the two one more. World Bank representatives have been in Kumasi on about 4 occasions. We met them in Accra on about 3 occasions, and the technical team is set up, made up of the urban roads engineer and other transport. Another technical person, me proud them in Kahon as a politician. The only committee that I chair, no, the whole of the greater Kumasi. I include all the municipalities and the adjoining districts, no, at the committee, no, me chair that committee. But all the technical in nature, offer urban roads engineer, transport engineer now. The transport officer making about insight into. But so far there, the facilities are dedicated lane.
Very well.
But they are running normally
with other buses. Okay, very well. Yes. Mama Yenasi, the Anubesi. Now, where the final question, Swami MP, no, we are interested. Obeko.
Oh, Maka, me chumano me say honorable statement Bonsu. Oka say onko bima. Me sampai, me running because Obi. So I mean, yes, I was voted for as a ward secretary in August of 1992. Now me, I'm writing today. Now that time the ward no, it is a electoral area. And now me was 7.
Okay.
And yeah, Anumani Pata, Anumani Fie, Takwa, and a Macro. And about you were my friend, and she shared by you moved to the polling station. And I became the polling station chairman for Shalom polling station in 1998 till Nikodi Regional Secretary in 2010. Vijay Akunyani too, because I couldn't have played a dual role.
Sure.
And I've been a part of the look at the polling station at the constituency level all across. It
very well. Omana or question Bibu sir.
No, we say me or say minimum say can they other bar honum.
Alaba. Okay.
At the terrace should do.
No, Alaba should be under you.
I tell me Busan say who's a done up my magic.
Alaba wanda o.
Alaba yes KM Aswansi Akwetiala honum and a year. What is it?
Asokoremampo. Inti Alaba wanda KM.
We have huge challenge there from operators of Pragiano Nasifono in Ghana. No, I politics me handling. I so difficult. Yeah, and the kind of name no hall. Just like before Christmas, we embarked on a massive desilting exercise in that. Obi, could you imagine say you took a tenumu and the cover prisoners, the fire service war, the cleaning move at that chin, you buy another what you couldn't do. One must see Bukorea, no crop for sister baller, actually in the bottom, and no more baby kumo. Now, when you may say, junkies now, a war around the hot, what think I want to cooking and so forth. One morning, a person sank for baller. Instead of saying, the record down, normal cuckoo, no transport and transfer. Areas now war no baby on Binya no more alcohol. But right now our sanitation and environmental health departments are working really hard, and we do our best to most of the time make sure that they
very well.
I also have difficulty with transportation now worker because one might be assigned one more. Then we have reports to say the metro gas at Omukono or my say. Apart from that, I have evidence, even including yesterday. I withdrew previous runabout. That project, that private party will quantify. Now one MTTD officer and nominated who 18 couple. Now why is it for enforcement no OB? So we go we are no be after 1 CD, and then network cable to be or 1 CD data, not our record, not the deep in as you said, for the fault of it. And I got angry with the officer and I told him, say, I tell you, we shall again. And this happened just yesterday afternoon. The fee, the West Coast, program. The fee when I'm in the meeting officer around 5 o'clock, and I'm confused at this today. And if we have challenges with those, but we have our best to remedy this.
Very well. So, Honorable, Bibiani, a best about who be that's a period, right?
That's what that's in the
Honorable Sampain, the attending can mayor of Kumasi, Ekosiisen, the higher Asempa FM. But there is one thing we would have to address. I don't know, say, Yaka, but as a NSNK, Oman, these new police officers have been bringing a visibility team. It is good what the management of the Ghana Police Service. You can see the visibility in the police for are all over the place. But man, see the pension for them to sit down and be on their phones, no. Too much. I don't pay for you. I can't hey,
but simple man. The site chum.
Oponglo.
Chum. I don't call it oponglo.
Oponglo.
And oponglo and oponglo.
Oponglo,
oponglo.
Yes. Oponglo.
Hey,
Legon Oponglo.
Hey, I said they wouldn't be
ah, na say how na me go school. Me Oponglo pa.
Ne bo cry on the one I go school. They be am site ho for the mouth.
Charlie,
am site ka okudi for 94.7. Obi I don't know.
I'm to bench so show my phone so say didn't
come for police for some back one fuel on the cop patrol so every administration be and also be a challenge.
Are patrol. Police patrol fuel no.
On the cop patrol.
Na so mo baby o mo feel o mo car na.
It's literally IGP. And it's worrying because compromise is a bemdo and yet fuel no more the cop patrol. Yeah, they should be careful. Because yes, I'm call for the be your papa. So what I say, baby, your essence is so much man. They'll pick up the fuel from people with questionable characters and activities.
Now, I was so mokoko
a bassa and so much compromise.
Compromise it.
So what I say, fuel, opposite for fuel on the copper patrols. And I make us in which on I want to say, sir, a year, blue for no more from saying cry.
Community police for
Shaggy war a piracy skills. Earthquake is measured in scales.
Scales, okay.
That's Shaggy. That's okay. Community police for. Who's an arrest? Echo night patrols.
Yes.
Actual statement.
Yes.
Among a reasonable percentage of details in relation to our security setup. Sanko for still a job. Musao.
We don't engage.
Maybe be no the
training away anyway.
Or the
it's a huge security lapse, eh?
Sadia non qua any pose for Omontadia, any pose for Omonsa, so Makoto, Motria, Basem, any air pose for fuel on the cop patrol. Messe. say administration way Osei and so problems so maybe Adameka IGP back no me no kasa wa hanma de okomi krum ni no
upon boy
no so na mum then am say police bia ba obeshia logistics challenge police ni bia ba obeshia whatever challenge enye easy sir by besre police ni bia obaba be IGP no at least obi unye ni packet wa what you've gone through in the policing service both local and international. It's the only choice than to bring all those skills on board, those innovations and those creativity to help shape and improve the kind of policing system that we have. Did they the police be the IGP from them fully ready for the crazy? Call the fire gentleman, police back or dressing and perfume back or found one also or cause we are school now police nice man friends
quite
a particular champion quite a champion Debbie Bakubi a
last one Mohammed a last
Debbie Bakubi very nice man
oh do you know a forensic expert
man
oh and who for need you say on a choir na upon bueno
yes and I'm making Obi, they came to meet challenges, and with the system, you continue to meet challenges. But appear to. Very nice man. Or found 1 second and the perfume and Kaza was water from so what does it? It appear to be Obi and also walk on the quiet. Sure. And there are Patrick Champions, maybe also be a child. These people, Obi, you can't just write them off. These are serious policemen, and with a lot of experience and exposure. So you cannot come and give the usual excuse that every normal individual say you need sika, you need car, you need petrol. That is why you nipa wo ye ni de obetimi aye. And they say to me na dey amount. You have your able lieutenants there.
Sure.
You have the COPs, CID Paymo, you have your Kofi Buachi COP, you have your Onus, you have all these revered people there. You have other COPs there. It's a combination of various ideas and innovations, creativity. The policy that we are all looking up to, because here the end of policy is at idea. Kojina be strategically to save and to watch. Oko now the other one or TPA crown.
Traffic not jamming a man for the police or the phones. My dream woman said no parking motor. Nobody's interested. Meaning say police visibility here. Our whole COP in charge. There's a director of police visibility. They should check that thing.
And again, what do we grab and observations are your cause making? Now it's not in the wisdom of the police. In checks necessary back. The rate
police checkpoint.
I said back. Me the mimi Brazil. I don't know and I cannot know because the police hierarchy has not shared that opinion with me. But I feel said the cost or Obi.
Some of the checkpoints should be
some activity. But they know better. But I'm suggesting that say because say the nipa be one eka exchange. Two, anybody born my mukra we are quite suspicious, but only detailed person. Albert there.
But the other thing is time and that's our checkpoint in the world. You've been using the Kumasi Accra road. Time and that checkpoint, did they do anything to curb
a certain level of
driving now
for driving?
Are you sure?
A certain level, 100%. But a certain level, and no, my obi driver to bury be do one man
or slow down.
Or
as or yet the police.
Osisi announce osisi bibia wa na osisi no etuni kwani obi media me ma dwenem no may suggest say if possible but they know better and can be and some of these checkpoints no omo activity
key ones
na emphasize a certain level of discipline and focus emra yakwa so mas afos problem so back so omo check the boots ni omo hwe car omo nan na ya omo pejari jeje na cars da afo ni bia dwene papa highway no suno
no pejja
na so no pejja na odu gina and the body ni na ekuhia car a driver for bi ni sem
omuti ate no mo na mo
trati it would do body ni
ko fra woni
eyi ni body na pia what to oja wako and they unfortunately
too risky. Why would you do that?
Well, it be a means be any or the bejina and under normal circumstances a cry is slow ready mbraso
well who checkpoint was
the cry man is so who do slow
also
Anna, there are some of them are doing fantastic. work pa ubetimi akona position now we just say now to be jebrehwe or tied
oh some of them so good obe kra ne passengers ni nyina di komo
enquantia no adoso especially when the assassin at once and o ba free commercial na ko o free nkran kwa o tra ba bi kakra bi se o si no na whether mu ye zinya they will teach you all this but Ghana for Obi 94. They are stubborn people. You're very stubborn, Obi. It's managing the problems of this country. Managing the problems of this country, Obi. And you joke. And you joke. But the normal meaning be pejamimu. Bakuye dom kuma no MPP NDC party.
Yes.
Almost
I wanted to read them.
Then now we are the minority so
sure.
Probably maybe
but before we read, let me read some few messages on topics I had discussed so far. We say, please warn the drivers too. Some of them, particularly the trotro drivers, do not respect the youthful police officers. You know, the police officer is a small boy, driver for information. It's also because most of the trotro drivers do not respect the young police officers. It's the uniform. It's the uniform.
So only disagree different. But a book was so. Say so much any party say. Sure. It's post ni soldier ni immigration ni whatever.
94.7.
I just abuse the privilege they man na bia wa no kra no betimi akasa kaka. But say pass post ni na djuma wo mra kwa so a. Say bi
na ukotua fa
no president awo ye say bi. Enye oman hini awo ye wo. Ana enye dwadifo hima ne wo. Eye ojina ya name catch say sinto we and one wunti no. But say it me say Ghana for nyina. It doesn't matter who you are. And omo e chi omo a omo be kire so omo super power no. Or be flash me see na so benti no. Mum yen deal with the issues na mo because emra ye hihye no. Yan ti ye bambo ti hihye mra o. Na se be hye no say abusu dia. Mum yen nya mra na.
Yen nya mra na hihye. Obi, I would advise Sampine not to contest any MP seat. He will rather lose his credibility because no DCE or MC will win any of the NPP primaries. They are tired and should not be allowed to waste the party's chances. Gusty man, Brekum. With this advice to Sampine.
Gusty me yonko pa no ono chere me baba de or lecturer.
Yes.
Na we free. Na lecturer
otherwise then. Also, you the MC, the DC,
we don't check gas to be trusted. Who will be the check gas to the enemy? Because for baby, with the Miami, it's me can be cry. So, who know the
I'm only amused about the conclusion. Say, and ya the MC be I mean, that conclusion of mine. I'm surprised.
Who the man the
I'm really surprised. I mean, so I say, the MC be a winning primaries. Hey, that bold, authoritative conclusion. Obi, good afternoon. May the soul of Christian Achu rest in peace. KK Wakaswa, thank you. Kweku Inti, okay, Ghana news page. Kweku Inti, that's it. On the earlier message nearby on driver for Emu young policemen. No, where he say, when you have eaten and you are satisfied, when you build fine houses and settle down, when your herds and flocks grow large and your silver and gold increase and all you have is multiplied, do not forget the Lord. Never say it's your power and the strength of your hand that has produced this wealth for you. Deuteronomy 8. In the Samuel Brian Boabin and anyway, about that's one of my favorite chapters in the Bible. So we say that's from Paulus on Kaswa or say okay into Paulus in Kaswa. Let's stick to issues I here discussed and yes tangentials no and shada MYA. To my ever beautiful sister Mrs. Lydia Wusu Kranting of Kibi Demonstration School, happy glorious birthday to you, sis. May you never lack anything good in this life. We love you. For myself, your husband Mr. Wusu Kranting, administrator of Kibi Presbyterian College of Education, and the kids, we say live to be 94.7 and beyond. Alex Martinson, anyway, a brain. Happy birthday to Dick speaking, Godwell, Deputy Global Youth Organizer, ACCI Youth. God bless your new age, bro. Master Planner Junior, Ewo Kintampo, and on the way. I pray messages no so but let me stick to more. Okay, wait, so Obi. Sampine has paid his dues. He deserves to be the next MP for Swami. Ernest or Taifa, oh dear. And no. Obi, please help me wish my father, the overlord and the paramount chief of Sabon Zongo, Accra, a happy, glorious birthday, and help pray for the national chief imam for coming through with his blessings. Okay, greetings to Honorable Ebenezer Ninanate, Sadat or Sabon Zongo. Now the way I pray. Yes, my member, what on my Henry requested. Nafi yen kind 2 statements yen sakai. One over the weekend about Bonsu and the one from the NDC National Executive signed by the Honorable Fifi Fiavekwete, Osei, statement on vetting and approval of new ministerial nominees. The NDC has long expressed concern over the very large size of the current government and shares the views of most Ghanaians, including civil society, that it must be reduced, bearing in mind the current massive economic mess the country has been plunged into by the Akufo-Addo government. Despite numerous appeals, President Akufo-Addo has quite characteristically remained adamant and tone deaf. The leadership of the NDC has, against this backdrop, directed the minority caucus in Parliament not to approve any of the new ministerial nominees and to further push for a reduction in the size of government with a view to reducing the needless drain on scarce public resources. In this moment of haircuts, the most important thing the government can do is to do governmental haircut. Our directive to the minority in Parliament, we believe strongly, aligns with the genuine sentiment of most Ghanaians. Enough is enough. Signed, Honorable Fifi Fiavekwete, General Secretary, NDC. And I just want some bit of clarity. Maybe Yenya, spokesperson of the party, Bebusano, said the party should not approve any, I'll say, the minority caucus in Parliament should not approve any of the new ministerial nominees. I don't know, say, because we know, so to say a Greek any trade, say, you know, a vacancy.
So I see 4 people. I see Seka, I see Katie, I see Brian. And some of what it means me who he is.
No, but my point is, so we can say any of the new there was an Greek minister who resigned. Yeah. There was a trade minister who resigned. By this statement, are they saying, say, president replacement away for those 2 ministries? No, the minorities should consider them as new in terms of approval one.
But even if they say so, they have reasons because one, a Maori if he say, Omarizi, Nyomabe, yes,
94.7.
Oh, my boss, senior Andy can come. Good afternoon, Mr. Basso. Unim, Didi Kain, Omakacho say, was sure any baby Honma, or more dream. As I say, Obomodia so bit made.
Obe Meji.
The Tosubium, Omasa Case, baby or how deputies, me and son, and name me, no, or more Dawson, Omojidi say a Dawson. Sure. Omasa really say, no cressa by ordinary home 7. Nasa, oh, pass, I was here, catty head, yeah. I just say, you know, and you may be a near Canadian. It's an say, brave woman, you ain't mean, yes, I your money day. Sure. A beam, sure. It is also now catty cat. If there's any haircut, bar, and some about can you, dear, yes. Ne crack, and they say, I didn't Tina still, Omujidi Muno. These are things that may make deductions if you pay what they are written. Yes. I don't know. Say Katie ni ho I say area koto free ni ho area Alan Trematini. I don't know one align and I won't share obi a ojiri so betimi a shoot up amongst these uncalled for that now no mon continue ho enye adwuma.
No, but I will say the difficulty with that proposal and I get the where your party, when you look at the minority statement, minority front went further. Okay. Apart from the general directive apart in the minority front went further to make some proposals. Yeah. If you take the proposed ministries a minority front free say was say let me see. They say, for example, say, we are calling for the following. The immediate reduction in the number of ministers from the current 86 to 65. You know, number on to 65. On to 86, man, 65. And here one. Number 2, the merger of ministries. For example, information and communication, transport and railways, chieftaincy and tourism, sanitation and local government. Examples from Mama. My argument, they say, when you take trade, they are not calling for trade to be merged with any other ministry. They are not calling for agric to be merged with any other ministry. But there are new nominees going there. Are they saying, say, those new nominees, no, pursuant to part in the statement, or they come a minority, no, some new nominees are echo agric, any trade, no, they should not approve them?
Well, that did maybe be in patcho, the decan. Say, minority extension,
yes.
The kind say,
Asempa
we are calling for
94.7.
message. I say, fantastic submissions from the NDC party. They should have ended it and tell Ghanaians, it says, ministers 40.
And on Befa. Maybe you know manifesto.
Baby, hold on. Baby, yes. And yet, certain interests at certain point in time, near selective. Issue to inquire interest. The pretty picture say, yeah, the Adrian Ghana,
94.7.
See, if I see in level grounds, I side with them. If it's a party position that, yeah, the Sabre way will be genuinely, yeah, the Guinness any powerful fraud in a banner, and won't yeah, for Nipana be boom, not it can be boom. Okay, can be boom as our ministries too, more align it to any other ministry. It's just a more clear.
Yes,
it is a genuine issue.
I think that clarity should come in the communication.
You challenge yourself and tell Ghanaians that in the midst of all this, sister ministers, we are not going to wait for manifestos again, because all these years, manifesto promises any social contract some of these interactions it's the manifesto. Manifesto say it's in pockets here. But easy ones here, but me say the almost can once they said the maker say His Excellency the former president can say or no teacher for so back be my answer or you say waka
on train manifesto
waka and at the
yeah
it is a brand so now you says Ghana man pay with Wadaroma.
The okay
and sana be pay to me no and be one kasa who should steer affairs one kasa can it way it will be very nice in the midst of their 80 to 65 tell us that even us ecosystem 50 because we have calculations per year Ghana system can media home Brazil still crown a dose.
Mimi, I go always with the suggestion of Kwabene Japan. Say the framers of the constitution had a reason why they say a cabinet should not be more than 19 ministers. And really, maybe in their thinking, they did not even think there will be a minister on your cabinet minister. Every minister will be a cabinet minister there. It should not be more than 19.
Why should we have more than 19?
It's a conversation we can have. And I think, yes, sir, minority start but I said we should begin to get some specifics in their communication saying
very important,
and I think we need some bit of clarity, maybe sienya or more the ministries no more a proposal abai emerge information and communication. Yes, we've gotten a point that emerge is 2 million under Mahama it was merged. Transport and railways the same. Chieftaincy and tourism, I don't know, say any time here, I merge too, but they are calling for a merger of that. Sanitation and local government, they merge that it's easy for them to go back. They also say, the immediate reduction in the number of political appointees at the office of the president, the immediate scrapping of all amorphous creations and waste pipe, job for the boys, appointments since the assumption of office of President Akufo-Addo in 2017, the work of those undefined amorphous creations must revert to established entities in the civil and public service that perform similar, if not same, functions. Now, see, some of the positions almost scrapping.
See, yes. Only go out to prepare. And they've been in power before.
Sure.
So job for the boys on K2 you can't almost scrap with you. There are a lot of jobs for the boys during their time too.
But
when it suits you, it's a solution to our problems. And when it suits you, that's what the MPP did in opposition. Sweet talks. The reality has caught up with them. That is what the NDC is doing in opposition. Ghana, because if you are not truthful to some of these things, also just said
maybe with the benefit of hindsight now. The advising
the NDC has not been in power for just a term.
Oh no.
So
yeah, I know.
Say on fear Diosia, sure. So some of the commentaries they give to us, sometimes you are asking yourself that mobile opposition, but they have the right. But don't simplify it as if say some of these things, it will not.
Yeah, but some of the amorphous entities, creations, almost say, Oko presidency, you youth ambassador for diaspora affairs, almost say, Omanpenyin Scrappy, you policy associate. You were chief executive of public sector reforms. You were overseer of the National Cathedral. You were church relations manager, diaspora church mobilization officer, policy and coordinator analyst, focal person La Francophonie, technical director La Francophonie, coordinator special development initiative secretariat, director of special project, manager of operations and programs, technical communications assistant. Technical communications assistant, almost 5. Samuel Brown Babin Shehu. You almost Samuel Brown Babin.
all these positions now so-called created by this administration. It is our responsibility. It cannot be their responsibility. They will throw in their political bit and paint a picture of trying to save Ghana. It's our responsibility that during the tenure of the NDC, some of these apparatchiks don't have access to Jubilee House. When we spoke about it. So if Ghana doesn't take a position, I am binding on all parties and individuals. This back and forth, any crocodile John same way there. I side with the position of the party. Say, at the end of the nipa does 2% say
yes,
and they also I want a woman who feel be there. To an among me was a I want to can was also who adjust the situation. I agree.
And then I think it's not just the NDC, even the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council are calling it a buying expenditure.
All these political communication and this in
some positions in their parties in our best.
Please. Yes, sir.
Only one thing I find interesting. The last time Kojo was to buy, I said presidential staff 2 from each constituency.
And I said, real problems. But it's back to how our constitution is, your craft on Obi. Constitution and craft on any embrani be Obi. Emma a certain Aquanya be, Emma to me and so.
Also, no be presidential staff 2 from.
But for instance, who are better no trust the
Oh no, baby.
That's the point.
The only thing is the only injunction is that also the list called parliament, list of presidential staffers, or the called parliament. Or the Beko.
Until Mr. Obi. On mine, I actually no. That's why I make catch say. For instance, and I asked an Ayarigane Katie, I have back and forth. I say, Obi a chess and Obi a better now. Obi say number of presidential staffers, trade minister, no, number of presidential staffers, or 2 million, which machine and 3. Yeah. So we should also be fair.
Sure.
So we buy money so I said we want to say only pano from anybody obey up here before Parliament. Parliament also in all humility should not assume that they are the Alpha and Omega. Now they almost arrogate to themselves a certain power be. Too much.
But they also almost statement and then had some very interesting point about the unconscionable raise in government expenditure, almost 82 billion Ghana cedis to the expenditure from 2023 compared to that of 2022. It's something the Oma line some new maybe mufi say buying cabinet retreat born ties ne batteries for official vehicles ne ade Charlie.
That is why you need connect. You go and we will pull a document. Mutena no. Number of times I want to within a month. Outrageous. Now my obi all regimes yatna sama IMF and a cut yet to size in terms of material. Why are we talking as if say that's what me catch us say. All these things are my prescribed ones. Go back into history. It shows that we don't develop, we worsen our situation. So in this time, Kwana say asking to know should this party come and just destroy the whole thing? Oh, the other side, NDC time, that's how we know. Yeah, quite much of my person to I don't need to be any reasonable with Ghana. Why? They have a point. But the entire Yaudi woman say, on point when you will be seen in opposition. When they come back to power,
there are two ways in actually.
You assign all apparatchiks to various positions. Who could raise Bape Eric J? And it's a very catch us. Now was alcohol for one time on the water. Oh, we are more than and you get a multiplier and me and Tumpo. So could raise Petro Asempa NDC in your climate now. Like I said, Petro boy, Dan Canamo and tell them on carry Bima. On my catch say, na Petro Bone, Kaka, Muka, Pipitam, Yenya Bay, say, Emma Petro boy. So everything we do, we don't progress because. Yeah, but China idea, too self-centered. Tima say political parties, they should be a little bit truthful and rise up above.
One thing that is also true, and it's said Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic Council and I mean, in this time, if there is anything about to demonstrably show, say or cut down the expenditure, government would have to do it, and I think the optics, important in these times. Government would have to
be seen.
They should be seen to be cutting expenditure deliberately. Yes, it might be coming from the minority, but in your minority in Kwanaka, there are some other very respectable.
Even with the minority, I don't have a challenge with them. Sure. Even with ND, because I take their position.
The lack of principles in our politics.
Assembly, even if it takes NDC 100 years to come to power. This matter will still come back to this. We'll have this same conversation and
the lack of principles.
That's the problem. And me kwara me say minority no omo nkwatena emusa questions because I know I'm trying I mean not either so omo musa question. So I say omo create all those kind of
no what they've said in their minority statement, what they've said they say consensus or omo kind I think for its first kind omo say we in the minority wish to make it clear that we remain committed to ensuring greater scrutiny and will spare no effort to protect the public purse. In line with this, we are taking part in the vetting process so that at the very minimum, we can scrutinize the president's decision in bringing up those nominees. However, the minority will not subscribe to a consensus vote at the level of the appointment committee.
But whether consensus or no consensus, 13-13, speaker decision, chairperson, Joe Wise, it will make the difference.
Yeah, but almost
about floor on they be able. Now, when I will be that.
Almost they would rather everything comes to the full house.
Ghana for say NDC crown
for a vote to be taken in secret.
But I'm saying why is it? This secret that you can almost a shock.
Minority for
they shouldn't even rest their vim in secret voting. It's not true. Media Ghana, I believe, whether it's coming from the minority or the majority, once it serves the Ghana interest, that's how we have to look at it. The Ghana interest continues to be very key and paramount. And to your politics, who serve mischief, whatever, or political communication, at the end thereof, we say, we are a potential government in waiting. We are a potential government about Matwasu. It should be Ghana centered. And then about party near Bushian and Namfo. Say, I'm a Ghana and Nimbibia da. Obi, getting results for this country, it's going to be a problem.
Alfred Kojo Trader say, Obi, good afternoon. Why are you finding it very difficult to understand the letter signed by the NDC General Secretary? Don't we already have deputy ministers for trade and deputy ministers for food and agric? Why can't the president elevate some of the deputies to the various
elevation does not come easy like that.
Let's all be mindful of how the economy is being run and stop comparing the NDC to the NPP. Ghana now is bleeding. Let's be mindful of the expenditure. Alfred Kojo Trader.
Consistently he's part of the multimedia friends.
Sure.
But Wadaruma and they say man paying with discretion. Say some man paying or no catch say say and it's easy for me to do ABC. The name make my way through this means. And then I say I'm a Mokrano. John Mahama is excellency kind. Or Kwamano no say challenger or no any party war on this debt restructuring. It's been that incommodating it out form and challenge on the two now. Maybe I'm approaching in a different manner. But I won't mean running free restructuring. Sure. So I don't know it may be a style. His Excellency the former president, everybody the Juma, and it's a style on the Juma, and the so a memo dear, ye per se Ghana, you know, say, Yabri, Pana, Yamera Kuni, as I say,
let's look at it
because abro so said intimate such them. And on hard. Yes, sorry, crack, maybe sorry for you, Ruby. My message to be. Say your intimate who ni puma sibre King's Cottage. Any Trasaku.
Yeah.
So I'm come away intimate who ni puma sibre in this country. About one ebebasu. Any I'll quote chairman of Usompof. The stakes
will be high.
Will be very, very high.
Very, very high. Now, where the working, Attorney General, way on that. Let me quickly read maybe the last paragraph of this. And Okawa said, okay.
Let's hope when I use glasses, if you say,
Osei. Now, maybe kind just relevant paragraphs. This therefore leaves the complainant Topkins' request unresolved, since it is one of the defendants in whose favor judgment was given and affirmed by the appellate courts.
I said you say.
Ain't it? Sir, the complainant nipa or the Ako police say when you're ruling, but untimi nya access to nasas. No, okay, defendant court na ema omo favorable ruling in the Topkins enya favorable ruling. But I say Topkins intimi ne request to the police enhwe na onya kwan kwa na that is unresolved. Omuntimi resolve. Or say it is our opinion that the documents submitted do not support the decision and action of the police, as each party was required to retain the portion of the land it occupied per the decisions of the court. It is also and only one thing, your friends say, lawyer Martin Pebun so baby Rizi say the appellate court nika say obia portion of the land that or no onye the on fanasas at the time na Empire Air Court nobody develop be 50 acres be of the land and nobody call court say assassin at Topkins e was no so assassin na be 400 and something acres no court nka say your mo dia and the court came to the conclusion say no. It cannot be for you because baby I claim say to assassin free you know. And it was clear in even the Supreme Court ruling. Mini document ne wa yes and can be committee the Attorney General affirmed the fact that Charlie this is what the appellate court said. It was clear. It allowed the person
the back and forth. What is the solution?
I am surprised. Me, I think the judiciary should step in because a judiciary now ruling, the judiciary should step in. And only say the court itself can commit people for contempt. Say Charlie, the judiciary should step in because it cannot be said the apex court of the land I'm a ruling. Now you have to turn and say it's not even proper. And
the signal no and look at the people who have been involved in this matter. Ghana for mama you.
It's not proper. And I think that the court should be interested. The Ghana Bar Association should be interested. We have to protect the sanctity of the court. They should be interested. This cannot happen in any civilized country. Say the apex court I'm a ruling. Which ruling is there is no controversy around the ruling.
Me the obi cry call law school. Yeah, the fix a controversy. Say Martin people lawyer ben force crack at say ono nti ase say for 62. They can there be na case for so but there be you see
let's go back to the court.
Simple. Any question the pakra who na be your say you be CC assembly and all these things.
Let's go back.
That's the danger because if the lands ministry Benito as deputy is aware of this. If Irashmeni, National Security for couples to Yeni Kanapa. If Jubilee House is aware, if the CID, the IGP, and the legal department of the Ghana Police are aware, the CDS is aware, our intelligence bureaus are aware, the Supreme Court is aware, and still we cannot bring this matter to a probable end.
Because you say, Osei Godfrey Dame advice for the police now. And let me say for emphasis sake, this is a letter written to the Inspector General of Police, Ghana Police Service, is dated 19th November 2021.
Why?
And Attorney General Chokomapol NTA, when he was speaking about the various stages of case, Nako, Oka say, finally, at the High Court, the trial judge found that the land in dispute formed part of a large tract of land belonging to the Nungwas Tool, and the land in dispute near 400 and something acres, no good, to the Nungwas Tool, and dismissed the plaintiff's claims in its entirety. The trial judge further upheld the counterclaims of the fourth co-defendant for a declaration of title to the 39.59 acres of the disputed land, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Finally, the import of the judgment as stated by the trial judge was that the plaintiff, the first defendant, which in this case here Topkins, should retain possession of the respective portions of the disputed land that they have already developed or were in the process of developing when the trial court visited the locus in quo. 5. Plaintiff being dissatisfied with the judgment of the High Court appealed to the Court of Appeal, which also dismissed the appeal. Again, the plaintiff appealed the decision of the Court of Appeal pronounced on the 18th of December 2014 at the Supreme Court. And this is the Attorney General speaking. The Supreme Court held that there was no sufficient basis in law for any appellate interference with the findings of fact made by the trial High Court as affirmed by the Court of Appeal, and consequently no reason to disturb the order giving effect to those findings and conclusions made by the judgment of the Court of Appeal. The Supreme Court further held that save the variation made with respect to the order of the Court of Appeal, which reduced the term of plaintiff's lease, the court affirmed the judgment and dismissed the appeal.
Charlie, the Supreme Court akano. Yenye indi nukure. By first Supreme Court asema ntua na moa. Me tell Musa dance say e do some pension ente once. What do we do?
So wow lusu ye no open review and wako review.
Do we resort? But there's no loser in this case.
No, into one part of the office say you don't agree with the decision of the Supreme Court. You go for a review.
Yeah.
It is a review now on person obekwa. Then you stay off.
The review
review
no break to mana.
Etimi yeah.
Hey,
etimi tell what time also filing review application for now the atwemu kra
atwemu. But you do something
I was say uja say waji atum. And you've slept on your right. The waji atum. In the Supreme Court decision is law. And there was a year juma is here.
Na ana intimi nyajuma.
Osei.
Ana intimi nyajuma.
And that is why the court should be interested. That's why the court should be interested.
Okay. Anna, what a Dominic say?
Dominic is here.
I know what a young man here, what my agent, your friends saying. The agent, your my friends.
Ah, why?
Odrunyako.
Oh,
I know what
I know agent also a freight forwarder.
Nani nyina say siwa.
Da bi ensi wa me pacho.
Da bi ame me gumen mas last meeting. Ma me family se monko. Say freight forwarder, chief buy the freight forwarding. No ye me.
Or freight forwarder.
Or freight forwarder. It is siwa.
Da bi.
Me pese obekwa kofa esiwa. Enso da udi.
No problem no. Onye agent or a freight forwarder. Me pacho. O ka say adwuma be no ye eno say asem na.
O agent.
Asemeno.
Yeah, the Kumasiano for the agent.
Or a freight forwarder.
Or freight forwarder. Or agent.
Oh, am I here kwabna
Yeah.
Chenko for.
I am Mr. Wadarma.
Freight forwarder.
I am coming in Mr. Wadarma. I am freight forwarder.
Yeah. Freight forwarder.
So see on pay agent, you know. I am freight forwarder.
Oh, agent say. Agent you saw any of my baby. Sir. Ade why then?
Oh, no, a ball 11:45. Na fufua die ma. Akrantie be 10 ne yakuno.
Baby apa so shock panso.
Na akrantie ni ti ba ko de. Kwan ti kura na so adwuma.
Ade enu ti na nasema no.
Na nasema. And chese
a birthday no.
Oh, donya ko na na.
Oh, right obi wo there.
Wo ye ne pese. Akrantie funu ye.
Enta make say kwoni onu akoto nsu abe support de donya kwa ye. Ezo say kwoni we there there.
Mo na na se ma me da masepa nyamishamo.
Ekosiisen. I say onim say akuyanso. We cover parliament for a number of years.
Oh yeah.
Ana ono betimi aka kire say san komo ya na mrashi buja for the empase o pesa experience ne how mudi nkomo behind the scenes I be say kuya watchwa ye be pass ye pass
oh ni ye mu pa de oman Seba obi a free house ho. Or your member of parliament. Near yen vet. Or no case ye different.
Okay.
Oh, nothing there.
You mean a much members of parliament in the corner.
Now, MPs, but how we some more questions. No, different. It's clear. Doesn't will be any. That's all man and natural.
Yes, who dear grow, so we are then we are member of parliament now back committee anymore. Why fashion you be different from aliens no foreigners no ebemu no omo ma sem ye different
lectures about
Omantio sisi ade oduro nya akona nkasa de aba tell Oman I am an architect of transport, not an agent. I am a freight forwarder. On your agent, how do you call him an agent?
Hey, let's manage that.
Yeah, that's it.
Extra, let me tell you all about it.
Hey, Dolomistic. You and this your extra thing. I beg, tell me about it.
Look, extra is what you and your car get when you switch to Shell Fuel Save. Extra protection, extra clean, and extra savings. You get it?
And no, tell me extra.
Shell Fuel Save is designed to improve engine efficiency instantly and with triple action formula that helps protect your engine from wear, corrosion, and deposit. So you get extra kilometers out of your drive.
Sir, and you're not extra, good for your engine. Extra, good for your pocket.
Extra kilometers goes a long way. Switch to Shell Fuel Save today. Go well.
With the recent increase in electricity tariffs and fuel prices, power, although unreliable, has become expensive, and owning a noisy generator becomes a headache rather than luxury. For an affordable and durable electricity solution, you need to go solar with Translight. Feel the independence, experience the comfort, and be productive. Translight Solar. Wherever there is sunlight, there is Translight. Think solar. Think Translight. Locate us at 98 Boundary Road, East Legon, in between ARS and the American House at the White House bus stop. Visit our website at translightsolar.com. Call us on 0504-249-229 or 0206-542-454 or reach us through email info@translightsolar.com.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees. Mommy chop money. Crash it. Mommy rent. Emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town. More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got. Dial *770# for money emergencies and chop life.
For emergency access to your bank accounts, transfers, utility payments, loans, and more, dial *770#. Bank on the go even without data with EcoBank short code for digital banking. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
My mystery box is a free January 2023. Oka insurance war assessor. Nanso Broly dear. Still pay small. Online drivers deal. A 50 cedis a week. Pay so ya badmania. Most model aba. So ya third party insurance a pay small. For 3 months. Na so ya comprehensive and so dia. Would the musa up to 12 months. Sa kwenshie koba ye betua o claims ni nyina dia ma pepepe asembia ema ho. Ebia na wonye abayadwuma eni. Now ya private worker ye betimi aboa na do ho ahye pay small ni. Obetimi WhatsApp and also betimi afre was our number ko ya so 0201-819-581. Nian Soto she no so say ye insurance nyina ye ne insurance leader alliance and akabomwa ye so nim say kroma ye hye de it makes smart choices. Choose Broly and pay small for all your car insurance. Oh soldier stand and beat your chest.
Document when nyina I was say me ho adwuma na smania any mu stress entina da me nom agbeve hebati no agbeve hebati oh okay ebema wa ya let stress na firi hokra
no kre me say manom agbeve tonic menstrual pains free me so agbeve tonic weni mu ato anase koko hawa numbi
agbeve tonic die amwa ye fine mum
eba no malaria nso a agbeve fever na me die tutu egu abra maye malaria test ehunu say bi wo mu.
Na wate agbeve herbal mix capsules nsonka. Kan na ye powder. Se de wodi nsuo no mu a no apanka bia di eguso.
Agbeve herbal mix. Eno na sa me kunu sisi yare eni ayemutim. Ensan ya afasi duro nso.
Me nso sa.
Na se me hia agbeve nro yi nyina bia.
Ewo pharmacies herbal chemical shops. Apemfo abato mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni fiedum yenu nka ho. Etufo frɛ agbeve herbal products for 020-813-0790 and 0246-595-256. FDA agi edwede nkrato yatum.
Hey, my buddy, you dey actually a deal. Man, tire yourself. Hey, my prof, you tired and waiting I go do. My prof, condom thing you talk. I know they sit up. Oh. What about condoms do you want to know? You see, my sweet Ajua, they can visit me today. I be last time you talk me say make I use condom. I want know more. But prof, this condom thing, how easily available are they and the cost too? How?
Condoms are available in varieties at little cost. Some as low as 3 pieces for 10 Ghana pesos per. You will find some at most supermarkets, pharmacies, chemical stores, grocery shops, and health centers. Some condoms come in different colors and flavors. There are male and female condoms. We get some for you, well, we get some for Ajua too. But you cannot use both at the same time. Ajua should not use a female condom when you are wearing a male condom, and you should not use a male condom when Ajua is wearing a female condom.
Oh, na so ide.
Yeah, and besides, I also told you to always buy condoms before you need them, so you can read the instructions on how to wear it and also check the expiration date, because expired condoms reduce its effectiveness and are not safe for use.
Oh, you mean say now I have the condom in hand, I should again check for expiry dates, not to talk of the wahala for face in my head about waiting I won't pay for the counter?
Yes, my buddy. It is very important to check for the expiration date on each condom you buy and know how to wear condoms correctly and consistently to ensure that you are safe not only from the risk of unplanned pregnancies but also HIV and other sexually transmitted infections. Let's protect ourselves and loved ones because HIV still there around.
Condomless sex is risky sex. Be smart. Get a condom. If it's not on, it's definitely not in.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission.
Tontonte yenum nsane e fadwen
ne e fadwen mpa say na nim say brebi beba ama tonti na 74 upa ye ne simple T74 abeye aduru
tonti na 74 ana T74 asa twe ya dwene asina nanom dodo so say de na dodo bua ma na nanom enyare basabasa no saa na tonti na 74 ana T74 ebu anipadua no
emo immune support enti obi onum bie no abrebia ne ho den
tonti na 74 yin so ya ye no sensuo krokro wa kama enti baby a wonam bia obetimi de wade akọ
samene wa anka free na ekroyi eda no nko na wie ye wa bra mennom T74
samennom tonti na 74 menya hodin mennom ne dabia
T74 yi eye hahama ene ye de aye na DHC ena aframa na ye kama saa no T74 ahoden ni apomuden ko a
wokọ pharmacy ana baby eto nro bia ubenya tonti na 74 yi bia to
T74 yi enye ma oba wa fa afuro ana obi a o manufo ana se obi a onya mfie dumienu
eto phone 050-162-8931 and 0246-073-498 FDA agi ejedi nkratwe atom.
Get 2 months of Showmax for the price of one. It's giving. It's giving celebration and casa and more smiles for less.
The bar has gone up.
It's giving non-stop Big Brother Titans drama. She. And binge-watching vibes. It's giving what it's supposed to be giving and overdose. You will feel sad. So subscribe now to get 2 months for the price of one from just 16 Ghana cedis 99 pesos for a limited time. It's giving Showmax. Sign up at showmax.com.
I go Ghana
Ghana for Asempa Sports Dialogue Series in Asan to Hobie. Na de dikani asronko. Na feed ya be ya dutwam. Ya nempa ni foto to wura abi wo bor bomuni akitafo. Na esin konwa dwendwen Ghana football ho pepa masibrepa. Asempa Sports Dialogue Series. Ma yen shower car digital center. Cycle. A feeder 24 February. Anopa no ngoche. Afia same trade that's all. Getting fans back to the stadium. Yeah, share dwendwen kwampa. Ye pe for so sama soccer fans abeshe stadium ahodo ne ma. Panyimfo bi enyo mudi mpuni mpu atwumade yasene. Minister of Youth and Sports. Honorable Mustafa Yusuf. GFA President Ura Keto Kreku. Former FA Vice Presidents. Mr. George Friye and Mr. Fred Papo. Ura Ashford Teteoku. NSA Boss Professor Peter Tumas. Football clubs ahodo na musifu. Hearts of folk ne kotoko circles ne chapters ni na. Any P account. Kayo say free. Enti etonsa frobia. Samiesha ewa Accra Digital Center. 24 February 2023. Asempa Sports Dialogue Series. See you there.
Hey, Lala Didi. Didi Lala. What worry has so dear? Na me dear yemia. Africa Queen Mackerel bonejuma wo sesen. Africa Queen Mackerel leader what ya see owunia. Se wo de ye aduane a. E dance. Tomato sauce na egu ho no so e ye rich. E pise wo. Nti e me aduane ne de ye stronko. Enam no so hyemu ma. Na me kire se nam panko a. Wa wo beti ase. Na wo be checking so. E ye grade 1 o. Na me say me twa kwa me nkwan. Na me tu bi gu mu a. Ato ne term so. Honey, oba papa. Oh you ma. Mitch say, jollof, Gary photo, rice and stew, and piscine gravy dear. Africa Queen Mackerel ni mo. Intimi now. Africa Queen Mackerel. Shawenum keke, nam papa no.
Africa Queen, shawenum keke.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees. Mommy chop money. Crash it. Mommy rent. Emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial *770# for money emergencies and chop life.
For emergency access to your bank accounts, transfers, utility payments, loans, and more. Dial *770#. Bank on the go even without data with Ecobank short code for digital banking. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Onyadofo, wo ye wankasa adwuma na. Wadi mfie free dunsia ekosi adionum nu. Na wo pesika atre adwuma nu ana. Enie onua tie. I am investable abase. Oda ya su nyina bebam. Fa wo ho hye I am investable dwumadie yi mu. Nanya akonya se. Wo benya sika akosi 50,000 Ghana cedis. Ya wo de be hye wadwuma no emu. Se wo pese wode wo ho hye dwumadie yi mu a ne edikan no hwe wadwuma no ho asem wo 250 words mu anase hwe video sima mienu eka ne enti a ewo se yedi sika hye wadwuma no emu kai se wo betua processing fee ko yan website www.iaminvestable.com kwaji nchiremu a aka enchiremu kakra ewo I am investable yema wadwuma sronko no etumpon.
Hey, you're the up and coming landlord. Who then yes where you?
Kwame, adan mi wie yo. Aka roofing and a ceiling. Na me contractor non so say. Me fani na enkodan rocksters. Won so wo kromo pan. Wo dwen ho sen.
Wo contractor no nim ne akọ. Ghana ha de eba no quality metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Eye rocksters. Enfie bebre ni na rocksters. Ade roofing sheet papa ne ho aka de asum Ghana for.
Enka yesi ya no mu die nso ebo.
Eni adufudi achi na nkoto ade bone ne Sundache. Fre 0544338041. Say metal trusses, roofing sheet, plasterboard and POP ceiling dia. Fre rocksters na won twa wontum.
Hey, Ojam, na heye.
Enya na anu asase me kote ye ho anantia. Langas fo ma me ho ntome.
Na wonte Ostet Real Estate fon kana. Once ase ho do papa na ne bonsu de eda fam kra. O once ase wo dodo wa ayukuma asebi. Doyumu Esutwame Junction, Shy Hills, Topoli, Agwato, ene dowenya. Na ne je sam kra ne se wo ka wo betumi de akọ na wa we ne buo no. Na se ye ensase be ye miense nan kra wo de amon.
Na hifa no wo na me so me kwajima
Owo dodo wa one fire service station no na din hwe animu obetumi afre wom 0244 68 40 69 and 0266 10 14 06 and 0240-93-3748. Aztec Real Estate.
Yansas Papa Fee.
Hey! Agwasi Jadie. Ujafo and the car engine. Ewuo ya esi wodro so fitting shop wo no.
Ah bra, enyo ne kanfu si horse engine oil man no ogia na ne ekyere na ne ekyere. PSA bra, me na masam no akrabato. Yakasa. Se seahorse engine oil no. And no special additive. Ohuru engine mu. E man eche.
Me dwun ho won.
Na via de akra. Ene me ne, e ka ba fie na me fa he.
The whole world open quality engine oil, seahorse, and also say private cars, taxis, commercial, and heavy duty trucks.
Enu ti don me kanfu seahorse 15W40 and 20W50. Ama drivers any ka una fo nyina.
Afe motorbike aboboya and pragiafo no. Mumu de mu hia eye seahorse special 40 and no and riders and mechanics e wo sem use you
unua no kura wo mni say seahorse product and ye papa ane bonso e wo form sem frimu fia e free na kro seahorse engine oil nko na begu me car engine mu
and ye for seahorse for 0244 577 559 and 0240 800 007 seahorse products
enua
hey Agwasi Jadie. Ujafo and the car engine. Ewuo ya esi wodro so fitting shop wo no.
Ah bra, enyo ne kanfu seahorse engine oil man no ogia na ne ekyere na ne ekyere. PSA bra, me na masam no akrabato. Yakasa. Se seahorse engine oil no. And no special additive. Ohuru engine mu. E man eche.
Me dwun ho won.
Na via de akra. Ene me ne, e ka ba fie na me fa he.
The whole world open quality engine oil, seahorse, and also say private cars, taxis, commercial, and heavy duty trucks.
Enu ti don me kanfu seahorse 15W40 and 20W50. Ama drivers any ka una fo nyina.
Afe motorbike aboboya and pragiafo no. Mumu de mu hia eye seahorse special 40 and no and riders and mechanics e wo sem use you
unua no kura wo mni say seahorse product and ye papa ane bonso e wo form sem frimu fia e free na kro seahorse engine oil nko na begu me car engine mu
and ye for seahorse for 0244 577 559 and 0240 800 007 seahorse products
enua
Ago Ghana for Asempa Sports Dialogue Series in Asan to Hobie. Na ye dikani asronko na feed ya be ya dutwa. Ya nempani foto to wa bi wo bor bomoni ekitafo. Na esin konwa dwendwen Ghana football ho pepa masibrepa. Asempa Sports Dialogue Series. Ma yen shower car digital center. Cycle. E fiede 24 February. Anopa no nwotwe. Afia same trade daso. Getting fans back to the stadium. Ye share dwendwen kwampa. Ye pepa so sama soccer fans abeshe stadium ahodo ne ma. Phobia and Yomudim Punim Puntmadi Yasene, Minister of Youth and Sports, Honorable Mustafa Yusuf, GFA President Uraketo Kreku, former FA Vice Presidents, Mr. Georgia Friye and Mr. Fred Papo, Ura Ashford Teteoku, NSA Boss Professor Peter Tumas, football clubs, Awutwana Musifu, House of Folk Neko Toko Sekas Nyom Chapters Nina, and a Pia Kaho, Kayo say free, Etia Tonsa Frobia, Samiasia, our Accra Digital Center, 24 February 2023, Asempa Sports Dialogue Series. See you there.
For your good health and comfort, only one name that will keep you fit and healthy. Comfortability. Safari products. Safari products. Safari tissues. Safari napkins. Safari towels, Safari products, yeah,
Odudu Adamfo, Nana Delay, Midin Sempana Beja, Safari tissue at Trinity, and California in aqua hibernation. Safari were toilet tissues, napkins, kitchen towels, box tissues, pocket tissues, any unbranded parts. Emuyedu, Eyamoton, Echinsuo, Awodimu, na Echenso. Ya the virgin pulp Kwana aye, ye from na Edinfidia Emote, and I said ye beya, Enkofaya Yebia, Embrewo, na when yawa home council. Wubenya Safari tissue up to a show beer a bear wo. So wo pedudwa tour. Fresh Sea Beige Ghana Limited was 0307 001 975 and 6. Safari tissue, ye tissue mu okunini. Safari tissues,
Safari the best. Safari the tissue masters.
OneXBet
better, my better, you can get your cocoa cra. Deposits are easy, bonuses are bebre. Now, odds need a jai. Register on onexbet.com.gh this year. They use the promo code BESTODDSGA. Now, with 300% bonus, I to me through 3,445 Ghana cedis for first deposit. So, OneXBet, I'm a bet, it's a chance I the winning. I am ready. OneXBet, reliable bookmaker. Gambling, what truth to try to wash a year. Yeah, man, what wouldn't you do what? Gaming Commissioner Jim Kato Yatum.
And then you say, shame, dear Nasi. Hey, we okay. Hey, walk it to a big. And it's an American. Some who say no word. I knew. Hey, and you
share Jiway, a coffin plus, and Rami who saw over one and a metoto homao. She had Shimini Mebusia phone. So, by the way, if you do me a new check out, open me their man.
Alice Midas, and I dare to sue me. Hey, and then there one more. I knew. And I see Uncle Alice and a coffin plus. A 2 minute banner one I see one time. Coffin plus, a one of big Johnny. And your mamma fra, one influence. And to phone call Nisi Pharma Limited, or Kaishi Drug Lane, Accra, Adenta Reed Junction, Kumasi Ashtown, Yene Salvation Army Church in Edinja Nimu, Takra the Market Square, friend 020-830-5676. FDA Aji Egredien Kratui Atum.
Anytime I feel lonely, feeling sad, only one station makes me happy. When I wake up in the morning, only this station makes my day. Yeah. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Oh, Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM. Asempa, Asempa, Asempa FM.
94.7 Asempa FM Suni 94.7 FM said the munyina munimno Ekosiisen dwumadi ne de premiere di Osei Bonsu ma yana mo ase yetnem till 6:30 p.m. Enche yade discussion segment no ebehhehye so de amamu yebenya honorable member of parliament for the people of Botiano English amam from the honorable Sylvester Tete studio ha a member of the NPP as well sanso and a lawyer Chum Berema a member of the NDC National Communications team in impanyifo mienu ni ene ABD enkomo a lot to talk about today. I wish you a long life full of God's grace and happiness. God bless your new age. Enjoy your day. Nana Ama Asante. It's from your sister Mavis, who is a relationship officer here at the Multimedia Group Limited. We say Obi, I think Omanhene was distracted when he or you was reading Fifi Kwete's press release. I will urge him to quietly read it again because he's missing the point. Shamo Ewo US of A. Obi, the NDC minority should call on JM to cut his state-sponsored aid and salary as well. Brian Boabain Samuel. We say, Obi, the NDC's letter to the minority caucus is politically immature. I think the media should condemn the NDC as to how they want to turn parliament to be like Adabraka, and that is dangerous for our democracy. Kwejo edupako ewo achim esuom ena odi way aba kwejo edupako ma yenase. We say Obi, I agree with Omanhene on what he said. The checkpoint needs to come back on our highways in Shraba and Nelka edie eni. Ma yenhwena yentwa so emfa Ekosiisen dwumedie no emremo. Okay, this one says, Obi, I live at Bawe, but I work at Kokomlemle. If you move from Wejagbawe, we live to cycle, use rate, Charlie. Noah the Ark Builder, message, no more type we are, read through it, and munya corrections and sana. Must send a message no Edia, but you make reading difficult. Mustafa Bande, Deputy General Secretary Edema NDC. Mustafa Akwabe Ekosiisen suni. Now pull me a dear. Yeah, Danyamia see. It can o boss letter or de kokoma minority caucus in parliament na ya can be na ye pe clarity kakra. The point said the caucus should not approve any new nominee of the president. Na more patches saying me patcho.
Yo, Obi Meda was na much what you put in now. And so the letter is very clear and simple.
Asempa FM 94.7.
We are living in very difficult times. Government, and I say, a buyer, as I say, a boy who buy, a boy or man who buy, and who empty for Babontia because we have found ourselves in a very difficult path economically as a country. And so, collectively, yes, as you know, I said, you better resolve the economic challenges that we find ourselves in. Yeah, your NDC believe that the problems are not natural and they are very human in nature, born out of corruption, born out of clear economic mismanagement on the part of the president and his appointees. Ukaya, when things were becoming bad, we spoke vehemently against the president and he started playing syndrome. He did not listen. We also spoke vehemently against the number of appointees that this president has appointed to manage Ghana. Now, the finance minister is saying, sir, that it is so bad that we now have to do haircut. And the haircut, apart from the taxes that have been paid, apart from loans that we are now at the heels of pensioners and almost pension. By this time they have gone into financial obligations by buying bonds and a buying ordinance. We in the NDC believe that at this point in time we just have to be a responsible opposition party to give the people of Ghana a clear way forward into how we can resolve the issues. In the midst of this, one would expect Omanpenyi, the first thing you will do is to discomfort the political class by reducing the number of appointees that you have, particularly the number of ministers that you have put out. You can manage this president, say, you free sector ministerial, now what the work to presidency. And so it's just a recycling of the same number of appointees he had. So we are saying that we don't think that the president needs more ministers. He should make use of the few ones he has. And so we will not be part of endorsing more actions that will burden the Ghanaians, actions that will worsen our economic plight. And so the NDC will not associate with the appointments with the president.
Okay.
And we encourage that members of parliament will put a strict line of interrogation into the appointment, if possible, reject the nominee, because we believe that the president should not appoint more ministers.
Okay, for example, so we'll share two very key cabinet ministerial positions, trade and agric. Ministers want to resign. Is it your call, sir? For those two ministries, no, the president should not replace them.
However, the president wants to do it. We are saying that we are even going to push for more ministers to be reduced, the number of ministers to be reduced. The message is that the number of ministers in this government is too much. The government is over bloated. Government expenditure per the Auditor General report is so high. And so if we are at crossroads, the first thing to do is to discomfort the political class and not to create more leverages for the political class at the expense of the ordinary Ghanaian. We can reduce the number of ministers and spare pensioners of their bonds.
For trade and agric, what should have happened? Now, Anka President in your day, he should leave those positions vacant and answer them.
The president has been given the power to hire and fire. He is the executive president of this country. Ghanaians are saying that we are at crossroads. We need the number of its ministers to be reduced. However he wants to do it is his own matter. We are saying that as NDC, we will not be part of worsening the plight of Ghanaians. We will not be part of the reckless spending by this government. We will also not be part of this government not minding what Ghanaians are going through. We are simply saying that we have a lot of other sources that we can cut expenditure from, and it starts from the presidency and appointees. If the president manages his number of appointees, we'll be able to manage the expenses, and I believe that we can leave pensioners to enjoy their life. We can leave poor Ghanaians to enjoy their life because they deserve some protection from this government. The government and the president does not simply care about the people of this country.
Oh, okay.
He can
will
not be part of it.
Very well. The name me busa sa question on this because we have to look at it in two ways. In the number one, and it's generally it's already the number of ministers, and I'm happy the minority statement almost issue and pay, they made a point say from a number of 85 ministers, was a president Tesome 65. We are looking at it from that angle. Say the general number of ministers should be reduced, and the other angle, so they say there are some ministers who have resigned. Those ministries should have ministers. The president has nominated people to fill those vacancies. No, you are saying, say, the minority should not approve any new nominee. And me busa say, in as much as you push for the reduction in ministers generally, are you saying, say, for such two portfolios, nominees are equal, they should also be rejected by your caucus? And answer to saying,
well, I think that we will not take decisions for the president. On one in the clear message the president for TSC, we will not in any way help this government to worsen the plight of Ghana. The message is very simple. We will not be part. The government will take full responsibility of the way it is treating Ghanaians, and the NDC will not be part of it.
Okay, and you think if the president replaces the trade and agric ministers, it is worsening the plight of Ghanaians, right?
We just think that the number of ministers, the number of appointees, where we have executive assistant to executive secretary of the secretary to the president, and all of these things must be stopped. And we should stop worrying people who are not supposed to be worried.
To be worried.
And we are simply saying that if we are at crossroads as a country, and we have politicians who are supposed to be responsible for managing and protecting the public purse, they have failed to protect that purse out of their own spending and recklessness, then they should be the first people to be inconvenienced, not Ghanaians. And so we are advocating that President Akufo-Addo and his government will take full responsibility for the way he is treating Ghanaians. The NDC will not endorse it, the NDC will not be part of it. However he wants to move it, however he wants to go, let him go. After all, when he was in the business of renting private jets, the reckless spending and borrowing which we spoke about, he refused to listen. He refused to listen to the minority. He can continue, but the NDC de-associate itself from this kind of policies by the Akufo-Addo government and his appointees.
The other thing is, I don't know how this will sit with you, but the other thing is for the principled position at the NDC take, do you think, sir, more members in parliament should have been part of the vetting process in the first place? More caucus members, vetting committee, should have stayed off. Then it follows, and as it falls in line with the principled position at party,
they will be part of it. They may or may not be. But I believe that we expect vigorous interrogation of these appointees. We also expect that at the end of the day, the NDC will simply, with its members in parliament, not endorse the appointees of His Excellency the President in the midst of this hard economic crisis that we find ourselves in.
Is the NDC party moving through this so much into the affairs of parliament, Meboa? Are you not guilty of that?
We are simply offering responsible opposition to a very irresponsible government.
And it includes directing your caucus in parliament on what to do?
From now going, you will see more vigorous opposition action, worse than the one we just initiated.
Mustafa, me na se bibia ni ebese di nkomo bio. Why? Mustafa, yeah, that's it. Mustafa Foyo Bande, a Deputy General Secretary of the opposition in DC, and I'm AD and Ekosiisen so Asempa FM. So why are they participating in the vetting process as a minority? Against what standard are they saying any number is too much? Is there a constitutional injunction as to the number of ministers a president should work with? Why is the NDC not asking for a slash in salaries of members of parliament? James Kwabena Bonfair and James on the number they think the president should work with. No, they've pegged it at 65. In the Okai minority statement and almost issue they mentioned a reduction from 85 to 65, and that's the number they think the president should work with. We say good afternoon, Obi. The NDC should stop the storytelling and be serious in opposition. How can you say you won't endorse the ministers but will still go on and vet them? Which greetings to Rudolph Amwako Jampa, PA to the transport minister. And this is from Mahmoud, and he's in Tema. Mahmoud Yadase. Okay. Good afternoon, Obi. Just asking why the various checkpoints of the toll booth are not back. I still don't understand, and allowing all the foreign truck to plow our roads, and yet we keep crying wolf. Why, my brother? Richmond or Accra and Awodi way Apraye das Papa Pamika say lawyer Chumbere Martinez, Honorable Sylvester Tete, and so Atnase Ewo Studio ha yede common be hyehyɛ in Chebiaba Diagnostic Herbal Center say omudi draw was will be a friend Fontina 74. It supports the treatment of the following kidney disease, liver disease, high blood pressure, ulcer, and a general well-being. Say Yare Mubia Hawadriya Fontina 74. A boy Juma brutal. For bulk purchase, contact Diagnostic Herbal Center. It was 0246 073 498. Now, we are entrepreneur. In the formal or the informal sector, where the between 16 and 55 years. Na ope opportunity be paying your skadi a show juma no enye tumpon me pachel. Enije sem aba amount. I am investable is here to make your dreams come true. Join I Am Investable Business Initiative now and receive up to 50,000 cedis grant where the amount say and your loan grant here the chow kwa Jennifer Koshe Wejumem ne Juman in Tumpon. Yebesema mentorship support, the amount general support to grow your business. So just send a summary of 250 words about your business or a 2-minute video of you telling us why your business is viable and investable. A processing fee applies. Pitch your way to success today. Log on to our website, iaminvestable.com, for more details. Terms and conditions apply. I Am Investable, empowering innovative business for growth. And if I want shame, 50,000 Ghana this grant for share business. You should be between the ages of 16 and 55, an entrepreneur in the formal or the informal sector. Rockstars roofing sheet in Sose NA. For the 4th time running, Omawini the most prestigious roofing manufacturing company of the year award. 2022 year no winning the Ghana Manufacturing Awards. And in addition to this, you remember say Rox is winning several awards that I can remember: the Ghana West Africa Business Excellence Awards, Outstanding Roofing Company of the Year. In fact, the National Business Honors, winning National Roofing Manufacturing Company of the Year. And in fact, last year the National Communications Awards, winning Driving Technology and Innovation in Roofing Manufacturing. Inti awards the winning be they want to say thank you to more customers amabua everyone do some pimping. So and they keep on reminding you say and there's a pay chance papa bo dying so premium coated 55% alu zinc aluminium coated and aluminium plain sheet. Ni nyina obenye bi ato yen ho. Ye sheet profile no ye was snap lock and self lock, ye R25 IBR, ye AD1 IDT, ye tile sheet. Ni nyina e buy in different colors, different thicknesses, boy juma papa. And the good news is say yesaya metal trusses for all kinds of buildings. Ye amount free estimate as well as free transport to locations within Greater Accra and Takrade. Terms and conditions apply though. Yesaya quick production 3 to 5 working days near chance in the big good and so amount. Come. It is about metal trusses, about roofing sheet, about ceiling joist, about plaster boards, POP cement, and the Kikahunya for any Rocksters roofing systems. Your number is 0544 338 041. 0544 338 your branches doors on Ghana have baby abeku bia obenye enu many bia to Rocksters quality and affordable. Obapa product nso Africa Queen mackerel and Obapa sardine and Obapa tomato paste ni nyina wate din ne da onso nhwe Ministerial se Africa Queen mackerel, Obapa sardine, Obapa tomato paste unya bia the papa aduane ye kama ni nyina ye easy to open unhia sekan and 10 katabia open do to afre 0302 668357 Obapa tomato paste or say wara obe check it. Ecobank Ghana say every day in our lives, people face different emergencies. We have police emergency or fire emergency or medical emergency, you name it, a dorsal. But many Ghanaians don't know their emergency numbers. Well, here is one you should always remember. In the emergency numbers, there's a unkai fire there, unkai police there, unkai medical emergency numbers are winkwa there kai. A star 770 hash. Star 770 hash. It's the new money emergency number in Ghana at the moment. Money emergency. Star 770 hash. Wait many emergency usika ho pa na waso ayeshi brutal. In ebia open instant access to loans, fund transfers, payment for goods and services, including your utility bills, airtime, data purchase. Bibi ehun hia woni manimu pa na opese wo ya. Oh. Number ne kai emergency number we money emergency star 770 hash. Just follow the prompt. Where emergency will be sorted. There is no need to panic when you find yourself in any money emergency. Star 770 hash would always come to your rescue. Into dial for solutions to your money emergencies now. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. Ekosiisen so the higher Asempa 94.7 FM. Lawyer Chumberima. Akwaba na apomo ye de.
Oh yes it.
Bibi akoye. Yedanya me ase. Na weekend ne te saying.
Oh no but na me we even tell me call you room say kwawu baby.
Oh kwawu. Oh okay.
It's okay.
Mate.
Kushaya bo bi asem akra. Say me ba me bo mo yom do. Na ya me nya botrema o. So
Asempa FM 94.7.
Say the morning so ni dey. Mo say fata na dey mo.
Ushia no ye na say. Oh okay.
Okay. Ya na mo endio. Bobra ya enso we kan ye but mo as mo just mo mbra ye ndi.
No.
Dey mo say fata na dey mo.
No.
Instructor boys you keep quiet and suffer.
You see. Honorable Sylvester Tetat na say Member of Parliament Botiano Englishy amount from BNA. Honorable Akwaba net saying
Obi Nyamiado
Bibi Ekwe
Trade am ponda Roma. Na uzo e.
Adumia. Constituency boko
Nyamiado.
Contractor na ba site.
Ebi aba.
Oh okay. Oh okay. Yeah, Danyame send the Asempa papa. Huge relief.
It is until it's done. But also I push it.
Yeah.
We are visiting the flood prone
areas, no? Okay.
Yeah, marquee areas for dredging before the rains.
Yeah.
Until I've been doing my community, my people.
Asempa FM
and now was
94.7.
I think the 13th one.
Oh, okay.
I'm visiting all the 26 electoral areas.
Oh, okay.
Engaging with the stakeholders, landlord associations, youth groups, taxi drivers, and those who matters. Important because some of them are busy education. There are things that we should take precaution. Areas we are it falls within a reserve area for purposes of flooding.
Yeah.
And then for the community, you show them the nature of the place and in the original plan. I mean, the Americans say a land tenure system, and I'm what the development of this country. Seriously speaking, I'm what the development of this country, where chieftaincy, by and large, in Peninsula, we feel said the only source of income is to sell lands and then to be able to take care of themselves and their families. No, I'm wiring a very bad image for and litigation, even for succession. Ankasa courts ahudwa then multiple sale of land.
Sure.
So, when you to me be any undeveloped land or the person lay claims because I'm from the family, and we those in Greater Accra largely we don't have stool land, we have family lands. So who is the head of the family is a matter for concern. And to be now one family, those laying claim to head of family, who owns the family land? Obviously they are custodians of family lands, and it becomes protracted. A high-end development or Greater Accra, and especially my place is not an exception.
Sure.
Me say project Amayewo Assembly will be the Miyako Court. Mayewo Missy Assembly within the constituency. A number of projects, including an AstroTurf, a friend is saying markets that are ongoing, municipal assembly buildings that are ongoing. I mean, Nina has been attached. I mean, name lawyer Accra. Osei, member of parliament for development project. Ubeko Warfare is now more the lawsuit and I look at it and we say, wow, it's a copy and I will be able to resolve all these problems. But by and large, Obi, in the face of all these challenges, no. BNA, when we count improvement in terms of infrastructure development, I look back and I say 2 years into my administration, MPP has not done badly in that constituency, and I think we have a very favorable story to tell.
Okay.
That notwithstanding, the standard of measurement of your MP is about his ability to advocate and to lobby and bring government attention to the numerous problems in your area.
Yes.
And there's an open MPR. You look for an MPR or what platform buying ATN. And as I said, government will listen and stakeholders will. Last week, Aminda Minya Asensu Buachi,
Works and Housing.
I'm training by constituency, and I mean, say we were about 7 major storm drains. I was here. One major one is ongoing, and there are 6 more at different locations. A Bro Municipal Assembly, so the Municipal Assembly cannot do it unless the Hydro Department under the Ministry of Works and Housing. The state of the preparedness of the area to receive rains, a certain magnitude. Obviously, a disturbing community, to the extent say a bar to the Trans-ECOWAS Road, Accra Cape Coast Road, Choki. These are problems. It's been there for a very long time, but we've taken steps. We and of course the assembly also born in homebody. Maybe I can say we haven't, as a matter of fact, empower the municipal assemblies enough, and they are always, as a matter of fact, waiting on central government subvention. So, but in the commercial areas like where we are, I think that assemblies should be richer.
Okay.
I visited the Makola market areas now, with your population now, business on a daily basis. Now the assembly is impoverished to the extent that when government don't pay
common fund,
it can be excusable in the rural areas, but then if I were there, we should look at our laws again. Say, if we can't raise revenue, I mean, there are so many revenue raising opportunities, and some I know say the revenues are raised by perhaps it goes to the wrong pocket, because when you have well over 1 million people doing market in Okaishi, Agbobroshi, Makola, now you can't get 500,000 cedis a day as a municipal assembly, charging 50 pesos or 1 CD for anybody doing business in that area. I mean, look at the number of shops, traders on the street, and we don't have a system. say BGG revenue. It's been so with successive government. I think it's an indictment on all of us. It means we are not even accounting for businesses that are done on a daily basis. If you are able to account for businesses that are done on the street parking alone, say how should AMA cry for money that their properties have been attached or garnished, the account have been garnished for non-payment of Ukotema. It's so everywhere. It comes back to where if the people are put before the populace for elections, and I think say they will be directly accountable to the people, but all of them are accountable to the appointing authorities. It saddens my heart that a political party, NDC, who have had an experience of governance, now decentralization, they pride themselves say they learned the concept from Malaysia. Now they do after so many years. Now they fought against it. Say we should continue to appoint MMDs, and the worst of it is that they agree in principle, but they are saying that I saw the NDC's position and the white paper on that particular discussion say the president should nominate 5 people, and the 5 people go to Public Services Commission for vetting, and then the 3 will come and stand elections. Now, what Kokwa Nancy's story is a cock and bull story, because Sabi say Oman Penny be nominated 5 people. He will still nominate NDC chairman, NDC secretary, NDC women organizer, NDC youth organizer, and NDC zona friends, Nasara Kokos. No account Mwagum. And the baby are going to deba. But like our parliamentary elections, we've seen where the 2 dominant parties have lost power to an independent candidate. It tells you the people has a choice. So I could stand for MCE anywhere once I'm qualified within the confines of the law, regulating that particular elections. And whether it's, and I think it should go partisan. Or eco-partisan, people can say, I don't want to stand on the ticket of any political party.
May call independent.
Be call independent and let the people win and be accountable. Because me come around say, it is all about the next election. Or more catch and I say, but the limit to which I can go, near me to me a year from perhaps in common fund I can raise this year. I'll be launching very soon. One of the security issues, concern my security issues. I can rally friends. Me common fund would not be able to. I can rally friends and ask them, put a seed money, support me to buy a vehicle for the police administration for night patrols, because mania concerns be brave about Crawford or more attacking Crawford or places are the police presence is visibly not available. Even if they are willing to do the work, logistics is a problem. Not that they don't have vehicles, but if you look at the size of the place and the extent to which they should be patrolling the place, no, we need to come in. And I think that we should all come on board to support them. Say there be incidents of robbery and things like that should come down. But the extent to which an MP can go, because you don't have the budget as it was. It's a central government you lean on to be able to help. And that particular conversation, we should keep having it for our brothers in the NDC to change their mind and come say, now people should be held responsible. I can't believe that assemblies are a national capital.
Still, almost depending on common fund.
They are not rich. And if you go to mayor of New York, I mean, they control, they work, and they have their own systems. But I think that we haven't been fair to the good people of this, and our own conscience as political parties, especially the NDC, where there's a golden opportunity. President means well. In Semaba. Look, appointing of MMDC itself has brought a lot of problems upon political leaders. Even who to appoint, who not to appoint, has become a fanfare for lobbying to the extent that Obi,
it's true.
But I think
it's true.
One on any kasa, you know. And I remember some common.
No, I know. Yeah, I don't know who free parliament maybe you have a bite of that cherry now. Lawyer Abemobi, many NDC Deputy General Secretary, new one now, Mustafa Grande, and Edin Komo.
I'm so popular.
Are they?
Nah, it's a monkey kind of.
That's a statement of Muishi and I will speak it to.
Yeah, I'm speaking to the statement. But my main Edika, my main Honorable Katie Hammond. So I'll go through vetting a very long way. I knew it was going to be like that.
They approve our Mayo.
I'll go through vetting. I'll go through vetting. Okay. The fact say what you I say for more than 3 hours to answer questions, and currently is a turn of Honorable Brian Champon is going through, and all of them will go through. It's unfortunate. You said something, and the gentleman confirmed it. Say they are coming to see more opposition of the NDC than it was before. What is it? Is he? Obioye politics. It tells you, he's saying, say the new leadership will give the government more opposition than Harunamu. Masri. Now the statement in Angaza Muchro, if the minority in parliament are taking the critical look, or the wording of the statement itself, it wouldn't have been, the wording would have changed. Seriously speaking, the saddest part of it, because they've succeeded in controlling the minority from
Adabraka.
Now, day-to-day management or decisions in parliament, they want to do that from there. Look, how hypocritical can one be? Mr. Fachami, and let me say, say Nipa Mose, they don't want president be power minister for Biabio.
Yes.
Now after so participate, approve minister Biabio. Now got na vetted more then. What are you doing?
Obviously they want to grill the ministers and make sure say
to do what?
Osei.
To do what?
When I say one statement.
No, so I'm saying me pentias here because we are interrogating it now. And someone will need Oman Henekaya. No, I'm saying Omuti. Now a branch and Babium trying to justify this. The hypocrisy of his commentary. Say media your friend is saying and what but who should you know? Now wait and then come boycotted vetting and Nagana for you say you are not even interested in any decision of the president. Now president a power so for what's the look, okay, tell my veti eslausu. They made similar comment. Ekosiisen. It's a joke. You see, NDC want to be heard, and they want to make political gains out of everything. Said they want to show Ghana, said Ghana for and reduce ministers to 65. So, if they mean what they've written there, or even the MPs will tell them, and let me tell you, all these ministers will go through, and they will come back accusing their MPs. You remember how Haruna Edrisu and Co were accused? Said they compromised them for passing Eslausu, Hawa Kumsin, and the rest of the ministers. They think that they shouldn't go through. But you see, there's Sri Kakrani say, Wamuya vetting ya really ministers in answers are providing
94.7.
They are not listening the answers they are providing and the reasoning behind the decision of their members of parliament. So what it means is that all the members of the minority side, they don't have a brain of their own. That is what the gentleman is saying. Say now they are now going to provide from Adabraka office how parliament should run. But if they understand how parliament runs, and I'm surprised that Atu has allowed himself to be used the way he's being used. Now, we'll say passing, but
now reasoning behind our point now into which almost statement now. We in the minority wish to make it clear that we remain committed to ensuring greater scrutiny and will spare no effort to protect the public purse. In line with this, we are taking part in the vetting process so that at the very minimum, we can scrutinize the president's decision in bringing up those nominees. However, the minority will not subscribe to a consensus vote at the level of the appointment committee. This will ensure that the matter is brought before the full house for a vote to be taken in secret.
So what is this about? Say we will not approve.
FM 94.7.
You look, it's bro for now. One time some trans ye pa. Your mupachra ne say you want to know the reasons behind the president's decision for appointing the ministers. But who told you when the nominee is seated before he will tell you the reason behind the president's decision to appoint him in the first place? What to be that? What to be say minister be a kotna be nominee a kotna be a bisa say reason be na president the power. I mean, it's a joke.
Because I get where the confusion now was established. Because I also NDC in statement now, the 150 created signed.
Yes.
Okay, I said the leadership of the NDC has, against this backdrop, directed the minority caucus in parliament not to approve any of the new ministerial nominees and to further push for a reduction in the size of government with a view to reducing the needless drain on scarce public resources. And this is quite specific, not to approve.
Yes.
But minority for what they know.
That is why I'm telling you the confusion. I'm attacking the NDC statement from Adabraka. Because on trans here, you've directed them. They should have directed them not even to participate in the vetting process at all. They would take you serious. But they were there. And I'm telling you, a vote will be taken. Well, this is not the first time a vote is taken on any nominee. It's part of our procedure.
Asempa FM.
Vote taking.
94.
And your first time, you are taking votes, sir. And we'll continue to take votes in the house. It's part of our work. Our standing orders clearly state so. So, and you will now bet and say a new thing that you are introducing. It is, I mean, must the Ghanaian people be told, say, you are going to take a vote? It's a normal parliamentary practice. It depends on the outcome of the vetting. So, what you have to say, empower no, yanko vetting no. Dear na what can we feel say, here say nipa no be di minister. And no na parliament you are interested, but the rationale behind the president that power no, you can go and ask the president. So it's a frivolous stance to take, and it's a bunch of confusion they are throwing into the air. Now, the digression between the members of parliament, who knows what it is? At least they are trying to protect the latent integrity of their party leadership. But in actual fact, they've just disgraced themselves. Now, Fifi Kwete,
but the general secretary is a former member of parliament. He understands.
I'm surprised at Fifi Kwete. I'm surprised. You are directing them not to pass until the president. Hey, goodness. But so now the prerogative powers of the president is now being controlled from Adabraka.
Asempa FM.
Look,
94.7.
We can go into this talk about, say, the economic situation is dire on all of us government. Somebody made a good suggestion. They should come out to say, the former president, his allowances, the members of parliament, all of us, our allowances should be cut. Don't forget, ministers of state, their salary is cut 30%. It's cut 30% already. Omunyawe. In any case, look, it's unfortunate. Yes, I'm of the school of thought, say we should run a lean government as it were. But when explanations had been given, like you said, agric minister, and we shouldn't have an agric minister. Is that what you are saying? Or minister for trade? We shouldn't have a minister for trade. The president first term, we had 122 ministers of state and deputy ministers. The second term, about to 85. So they should have done their calculation to say because of year 85, no, between the 25 no percent, if 20 no percent free zone, a best save XYZ amount of money. Obi, people should take note of this. We are a member of parliament. Now we say a minister. In terms of your salary, there is no difference. You take your MP's salary. In fact, they give members of parliament rent allowance. If you're a minister of state and the state provides you with an accommodation, you are not entitled to it. So there's always checks and balances to ensure, say, we don't overly burden the state. But there's a government business to be done. There will be an division. And they are here. When former President Kufuor came back to say, his thought when he was in opposition in terms of size of governance, or who say different, they keep applauding President Kufuor and making him a reference point. Yes, I am NDC the second term of Akufo-Addo ministers, they mention names more passing but this new leadership should be mindful. Said they are too hard and accuse you of being compromised, no? Because the moment you pass these people, then another allegation will suffice. And they are compromising more, which is not good for the integrity of parliament and the also no.
Very
well. Their stance, say president, make sure the entity or appoint you have the bone to pick with the president. But to say parliament should not pass them on the basis of what Mumu Filu or Salam Adabraka said, that is what should happen. And that is not what they are interrogating the ministers for. So as part of the report, if that is the stance, as part of the report, it will not be part of the report anyway. So that cannot be a reason for saying, because who say, as a reason, but you must have a reason. So if your reason say appointees in the so Parliament should not do it well because appointees in Dawson. But we'll take a vote. If they want a secret vote, we'll take a vote.
You take the vote.
Ministers will be passed.
Very well. I mean, lawyer Chumberima on this particular topic. Lawyer, that's the statement, two statements, one from the party signed by General Secretary Fifi Kwete, and second one also from the minority, because it's not signed, but a press statement and where do you stand? Answer me.
When there was about to be a motion for censure.
Motion for censure, okay.
Did MPP write to Parliament?
Motion for censure. Yes, I think there was a statement from General Secretary.
Did they write to their MPs?
They should not follow the NDC way.
They didn't have mind of their own. That is the kind of argument we have been made to understand.
Obi, I sat there and criticized that decision. You remember? You can play my voice back.
Have mind of their own.
You can play me. I'm a member of Parliament. Okay. I criticized them.
MPP didn't have mind of their own.
Kodia. I criticized them.
Number two. Okay, 2017. The same MPP directed their people in Parliament. Some more attended the swearing in of General Mahama. It's okay.
Yes, that was 2013.
Sorry, yes, I said 2013. 2013.
Yes.
And also, it's an indication that MPP also doesn't have their MPs do not have mind of their own. And for that reason, they are controlled from asylum down. That is the perception. That is the notion that is being created here. So we take it.
Asempa FM 94.7.
So I saw President Kufufi home man and swearing in of John Mahama. But he being reasonable enough, ignored their call. Obi.
Lawyer.
Even before I proceed, and I don't mind most of the police barriers a year ago. Now, you guys should monitor. Any time police barriers will be taken off road, at the time when that MPP government is in power. Don't forget I was once a police officer. It's only when MPP is in power that you see say your barriers are free council. They know best.
Really?
I am telling you. That is just by the way anyway. Now, Parliament. Statement by minority. Can you just pick out the statement?
Party minority.
What if a party? Some party, I mean, there's one key point in it which we reiterated.
And the key point is that they should not approve any of the new ministerial.
So let's minority at the end of
Okay. In the minority, which part? Under the rejection of all ministerial nominees, right? Page 5.
Minority, over the first page now. That is page 1. No?
Yeah.
Or mount some background be our neighbor.
Yes.
And or cultural was or mount the standard. I mean the current.
Wow. Or my name
that we having a GDP of about 103% to our GDP.
Yeah.
And was some more inflation. I cost now and is around 53%. It is still bogus. It still shows signs of recklessness. It shows more moduma. Because you can't live in a country that you have an inflation. And in fact, the last time I checked from World Bank's reports, that Ghana you were the highest food inflation. Why? Is that what they say? Why? You are this a government at the chair decided they were called to take so I planting for food and jobs. So why would we have the highest food inflation in Africa?
Asempa
Oponsa we waste sika was at the other now we take to Ghana for us left right center. The country still has the highest level of inflation when it comes to food. And you want us to be singing praises for his wired. The same page of that letter talks about the interest rate. And the interest rate, I'm saying, last time I checked, I'm saying, it's around 40, right?
40?
Yeah.
Really?
Check it.
I've not checked for a while now,
right, but check it.
Okay, I'll find out right now. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, Obi, even if the inflation you can put in 30%, sorry, interest rate you put in 30%, what sign does it send across? Signal bang and a deco. And Chira send him and Kui. And Chira send for Brianna and about Bessie and Woodmintia. It's just simple way, common knowledge. Do you want to be Woodmintia and Dawson? So then on your show, but the point is cannot be one of the Quanican and you can't solve Bampun and Humphas with Eddie Obes and Quadiamo. These are the headache that Ghanaians are facing or having day in and day out. Sabine Yashi Manasia in someone and some way. Remember the last paragraph where they are talking about, the last page rather, not the paragraph. Maybe our Kasafa with the rejection.
Yeah.
I'll take you through and as a memoir we need to go through, but Obi. Yemusia who said, Aban way officer Buabitin and Boagana for and say, why you want people? I said, Madam Gloria Kufuka and Binani. Sorry, Sophia Madam Sophia Kufuka and Binani. I was say, Aban so per se a one, or only come one once. One once, without for the turn to us. Won't they come born? Not for being so showers. What's up at a money? No, one so about Bobby. There's a saying that Christian normally says it's not in the Bible. One say, or so about one when Bible media, but young fan is annual. A more bang what you can do. That was one of the points that Madam the former CJ Erezi. What's the Ghana for me? But you keep adding to your costs unnecessary and irrelevant portfolios. I will take you through some. Young Energy Ministry. How many ministers are there?
Minister here 1.
Good. How many deputies?
And deputy ministers 3.
Do you think it is important? Obi. Energy Ministry matrawa mapping. There were 2 main sectors.
Petroleum
and power. So the power sector, Gridco, VRA, ECG, Energy Commission, and others. Petroleum Minister Guel, Petroleum Commission, Ghana Gas, MPA, name them. TOR, any other day, women petroleum. Then you need one minister who spearhead affairs or who is in charge. One GBA. 2 deputy minister there, your work is given to you by your minister. When you get to the minister tells you will be deputy in charge of A or in charge of B.
Sure.
He has the power to also to swap you anytime you feel that maybe you are not doing well, you are doing well, maybe go here too. The minister can do that. That is why the president appoints all deputy in consultation with the minister. So what I say? Obi. Say Energy Ministry. Me am teacher, Wednesday. Hunter, you or petroleum economics.
Oh, okay. Finance Minister of State.
But when say team
yes.
Those 4 people go on. He was the only expert among them.
Expert in the field, yes.
For minister not to the last people among the group. He was the only expert among them.
Expert in what field?
Energy field.
No, because the point is
energy the
point is
expert among them.
You can also argue, say, you can argue, say, when you take a Japamesa who is a lawyer, in this area, if there is specifically about contract near there, that's all also our expertise in
that. That sector, the energy ministry, what 2 main wings, petroleum power. The expert among them was that gentleman.
Sure.
And he has been taken up. So now they say team that are expert to be any. There is no energy expert among them. Those 4 men that goes in, expert to be any. You know it. For me, in case a lawyer, I need to be as a deputy minister, not the American, but in that field, so they would mean accountant, attorney general. In that field, no.
They're saying the constitution is clear on who becomes attorney general.
Have you seen the finance ministry? Yeah, constitution actually back up finance minister.
No,
but still you hear expert or one.
It depends. Not necessarily.
Have you ever? Every time you need somebody who has finance knowledge to be there.
Not necessarily.
Now you are 200 and then you are one it took over the new
that's not our technocrats.
Technocrats. The minister himself must also know something because technocrats can sometimes misguide you. You know it.
Asempa FM.
So they can sometimes misguide you. What about 3 deputy ministers alongside the minister? But in charge power. I think we're in charge of power. Aminata was in charge of petroleum. Third one, who in charge of?
Lawyer Mesa.
Or in charge of them?
Or in charge of them, say.
Mama will be at 2 in
I don't know.
But Mexico, where do you power? Aminata asked before so I mean, Minister of Compodia, but
so
proud to say exactly.
On your vetting, yes or no? Vetted that.
No, of course, Minister of State, so he's going to be vetted.
Yeah, he will be vetted, yeah. Of course, a minister.
So, Kwakwedu is power, or deputy power. Amin was deputy petroleum. The other one, where?
Lawyer Mesa.
And he didn't win, why are you he's deputy what?
Maybe I'll share contracts, agreements near there.
Deputy minister in charge of this.
Obi,
right? There's nothing
in the ministry.
Officially, they have not. But maybe a conventional, the minister can say.
The minister, the president doesn't give you a portfolio. I mean, a role to perform. When you get there, your minister gives you.
But there isn't.
That's what I'm telling you. There is one in charge of petroleum. There is a deputy
nobody in charge of petroleum.
At the energy ministry.
Take it from me.
Officially.
Yes.
So all
the minister assigns
depending on what the minister will assign. No, it is in the that they are official. Oko land and natural resources are and officially no Mrekuduka in charge of mining. And the minister.
Exactly. So anyone making as I've told you here that your minister will give you a role to perform.
Sure.
Makanwa. And I was a president Bodin as deputy minister.
Energy is different.
Energy is not like
President Bodin as deputy minister. One child was a deputy or deputy. Okay, who could do that?
Okay.
Who minister in the bachelor said, who in charge of Asempa FM? Who Joy FM? Simple.
No, I think the point is where.
So what does that means? And America, I know the president didn't get a book or do a minister on Edinburgh. And the bachelor said the two main areas are the energy minister, two wings, petroleum power. Third one, where they.
But I'm telling
you, the third one,
nothing like that.
Third one is a deputy minister.
But this work that these 4 men are doing can be done by even 2 people, maximum 3. You don't need 4.
Okay.
Let me take you back. President Kufuor, do you know how many people were in that ministry? That same ministry. It was one ministry only a serious reshuffle under Kufuor's government. On the time when Adabedibi, friend saying,
Indum was there.
Indum was there. Friend saying, Michael Quay, I mean, several ministers. For the social Japan, the last one to say MPP opposition. One call Congress and buy energy. One was Sandibi. It when you're not because now we are the people. I know they want to show us Minister of Energy. I think for about 6-7 months or something. And MPP opposition. So we need to change. Now then time deputy minister was I think Dr. Kwame Ampofo and then Katie Amon. Katie was the longest serving deputy minister over there. I think for about 7 years. Anna, but that man, I think if I've gotten his name right, no, I would say visa.
Oh, okay.
Or no. These men were those there. Come to President Mills. We had 1 minister, 2 deputies. Honorable Otienje as energy minister. Honorable Kabranonko then as deputy minister. And then Amal Kufibu as deputy minister. At some point, Honorable Donko was changed, and the Minister of Fuseni came to replace Honorable Donko. And then Boa remained there. When Muhammad took over, 2013, the same standard, the same structure. At some point, was splitting in power and petroleum.
Yeah.
In power and petroleum, no, be 1 deputy. Ajinapo was deputy power. When Donko was deputy, minister for power. Boa was minister of petroleum, and then the deputy, 1 man, short man, I've forgotten his name. He used to be at GMPC.
Asempa FM 94.
But that would be 4. That would be the same thing like what's happening now.
No, I may trust a brow chemu and obedience, but no chemu nanya for. Obeche may be a power ministry, petroleum ministry. No, but yeah, 1 each. I mean, 2 each for the ministry. But yeah, on split, no, it was 1 minister and 2 deputies. Go to finance again. Let me take you back from President Kufuor's time. Now, yeah, Safuma for some point ban radio. The deputies, Jambafo was there. Akoto Osei was there. At some point, he became Papaya Nawaya health minister.
Yes.
Yes. Akoto Osei was still deputy minister. At some point, I think.
Obey Minister of State.
Obey Minister of State. I think MPP second term. No? Kufuor's second term no resign man by Minister of State, but one the position as Deputy Finance Minister, one scrapping out of the ambassador. Obi, dear King answer. Are we by any chance saying say? I go Japanese fee wine. We in a different way. I'll call you. In the position of free winning Tino. Abrasa and John comment me what kind of rata moment yet mess on Yana. You still need a third hand to come and join to make for. This is a reasonable question to ask. Okay? Abrasa and John comment me what kind of rata. As 2 deputy ministers, one in charge of budget, one in charge of revenue. I'm going to be one. I'm going to be my never be a say you could run. Do you still need a minister of state and finance ministry for what reason? Already. Already. Are you not wasting our time and resources? And you can't say we are still now one to the air can say. You should think we are making our nation nice. Check other ministries. I agree. Sir, over there, I agree. There must be a specific person. I agree. Now, how many deputy ministers? Is it not 3 also? How many mentioned I'm not too clear?
Yeah, I agree. 2
and a order. Plus minister making 3.
Yeah.
Fine. Until we hear new minister, because the minister has resigned. Trade, no one was saying 2.
Or no 3.
Or no 3 deputies. 3 deputy ministers.
Yeah.
Trade number one, Manamukan, yet management man so be answered Papa no, our 3 deputy ministers.
Yeah, or 3. Dokua Befi and a crapper, and I say a crapper eba energy into sticker eco na name.
I'm not sure if I saw my panels.
There, you know,
Saturday now was on the activity one if I saw.
3 no. Baku in charge of industry, Baku in charge of trade, and a Baku in charge of.
Go and check, sir. Honorable events. Alantra Matena, your minister, Kufuor Pension.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the most longest serving trade ministers in the history.
Sure.
Because on any minister, what do one ministry? Asempa did the same ministry. And that is that.
Yes.
And that is that. Because check is another deputy minister, then time and the first government. No, how many deputies? Obi. The first officer creating your man for my obeying a BB and just an intino, the end of Manamraho. And just a man, you are 3 deputy ministers at trade ministry. And as soon as I maybe I'm on your man here near Breaker, Evans and Goko, so the imported by now my here, the local productions and post on comparativeness. And then I now work as a pizza man, so then they are no picky what from is it Boris B or something?
Boris B.
And then I Nini naturally no 4 people still Obi. So it is to tell you, say, well, but the rationale, the reason that you gave behind your decision, i.e., the work is too loady. I mean, I won't do it. I'll see a young Crawford do more better. You couldn't justify that by your number. So, well, multi justify number that I can't to come in the first place in your second term. Can I maintain it? But even the first, the point because I would reduce your number to about 80 something from 100 and then the I would go and quite say it was irrelevant to have created that number in the first place. And then somebody more, you are still adding more. At the time I wasn't confronted more. Really? And that is one thing I can say to Madame Gloria Kufuno. So for Kufu, sorry. So what's the woody can go on once? But who will need be at someone? Suban be out and then be at someone. You are not showing signs of readiness, you are not showing signs of commitment. Obra bona noa who bra noa na gusu bona sa. Ekwasa. And you think everybody should salute you because you obey be an correct because you must understand that it's MPP government so MPP for your home the asking and the go so anything that they do is right. Can you imagine? Let them do koya afi yenhwe let them o ka kira wo say on my instances of certain positions are wo mu hu say ye merge obi transport ministry and then the railways and I met our man but na ha ka kira say railways minister wada who be say nana wada na say na mu say wudi ya ka so bi ada wudi mo bi ada me wa aya I'm the last week number I think it was last week. Was a me wada who doesn't what does say na me doesn't na me so taxi doesn't you can be ada say say what I say Railways Ministry create. I'm a Uber to the
Oh.
And then why?
That's a man.
And Pakadai Railway line, I'm a project and I sat here and over. It was even supposed to go to Akosumbu and I'm marketing the Basin Pakadai.
That's not Jogati or Wanya Juma. Jogati Juma.
And your mammy Pecker from Baby Roman Hidan was he Minister Nada? Did you agree with him when he was saying that?
Minister Moody. On one can Jogati or say,
no, me can't say Jogati when you minister, you only entering Canasa Penetry. Yeah, I can't do it when I was saying to one another. Did you agree with him?
Or say me who are down.
Who be some saying when I walk out, I last want. What's your nugget? One doesn't nugget. Me, let me joke in my car and I text you that day. Who be some saying was other one doesn't say now, I don't know other.
The transport and railways, the minority is president.
Merge it. It's a very reasonable question. Why will you create Ministry of Transport and have railways separate? As somebody can hear aviation separate.
Yes, NSCC aviation.
I don't understand. And I minister of design.
Kwaku is Oforesiam.
Asiama rather. Asiama to me yet the Minister for Transport. And then handle railways and then every other sector in addition. He can do it. It will hear a unique person to create an office for him and give him deputy minister or whatever, and then give him other supporting staffs. No one goes anymore. Or quarter home, or create the same minister, no, 8 years in the agree. And then what my is particular. I'll ban anyway.
That's the railways
on one. The spectacular thing in the 7-year government of Akufo-Addo, making us see the relevance of that ministry creating the area. Catch me. Number 2, aviation now creating minister man on your first term. For the first time now, man on full minister. And also, no, a dear son of Bayama. Oversee about man.
Oh, aviation, not the way who they are called.
Oh, Bobby Street, you mentioned to be an American.
Oh, yeah, no, Omoye, Tamalene, Kumasi face.
Now, Tamale Airport, President Mills, Pensacola, and these are a book to cut them in 3 local flight terminal. Design of how the airport was going to be. I want never picture 3D version. Never how check-in point to our number Kuruma, Bodano to their washroom point. Never except you don't know.
They all kind of say,
okay, empty on then Rebecca. Kumasi dia working, we buy no beer copy when the cabin cut short company that. Mama cut short for Kumasi Airport expansion and its new terminal 2016 before even the elections. I know I short cutting. It won't then I'll be shame. Terminal 3 Uba no see that. Go airport Uba no see that. It's for our Ubesika where they are. Was the end account? I'll buy any who na airport ni wonder Muhammad na airport akọ. It wants to tell me region kwa wo ba na bi ni so a wo di bi akọ ne akasa wo so wo keti time ni ye nya hwekwa ye nya new airport bi akọ dia or abs even saying who sorry any of the new regions in bi mpo abs we also na bi ni hoda and indeed the vision hoda it's a bi anka ba e wo na ka di bi akọ ne abo ye samo say ni to create the ministry no what me aboy ka de na so anya bi na ye nya mfa so ba pa so e bi wani. So I am still making the point for you to understand that most of the ministries that you created, they were irrelevant. And for that reason, you could have still put them together as one for one person to handle it. Than to have wasted our time and resources to have created separate portfolios for them. I don't they add anything to the table.
In the only point a minority make it say the president should merge these ministries. In fact, I'm the information and communication account.
No. We take the one after the other. Do you think that we can make the two for it to be one?
Sir, it's been done before. Sir, it was done under Mahama,
right? A year before, no, did it work successfully?
And it depends on who is looking at it. I mean,
the one I hear to say, give us give us your answer from the objective man or the reasonable man point of view.
Let me exercise my right to remain silent. But on him say,
you know what you mean?
I want to remain silent. I want to remain silent. But on him say. Based on this, no, and then the minority makes the point say 86 ministers or say at Teba 65.
From 65, yeah.
Sure.
85 to it is a message.
No, 86 to 65.
86 to 65.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
But I say
it's 85.
Okay. The number they put here near 86. Okay.
It's 86 to 85.
Okay.
Right, so
and then they go further to say, the president should scrap amorphous creations and waste pipes. Job for the boys' appointment. Jubilee House.
Sanitation local government. enti krom want what ya pa na se wo bodi ka so some sanitation minister enti wo ya wo ya manso
ade
me say
sanitation and water resources
water resources resources so what ya now ka se wo sanitation minister enti ya wo ya manso
0.7
this country Ghana we will make Accra the cleanest city ever eno ye o enso yi ba sata to ton no wo be hunu sanitation minister okrom ha enche February etwa mukure March mu na yebeti ewura yenkan nsuo ebi kwa dey sat wo getting to the eastern part of Accra no I mean which is the Akrapom land area ho no e dey assassin nya raising mako bi yen ye central part na enche ye so dey beti asim from March going wo be hunu sanitation minister okrom ha ye be sa akogina do na ho akoye Victoria event examination Victoria examination dey sa kire and na han ye tin se ne aso da fio ne abetrase Yapon near 2 riders and the convoy they come na money aba
now emre ni nti wakasa chepa o nti
from here other was it bizarre portfolios yeah was the youth ambassador for diaspora affairs nti we gonna put you nigga
na sa we so busi say adwuma ben no ye na say gonna put you
na obviously we say adwuma bi adwuma papa bi enu a no ya mai
how
Edi adi no ya dey brains am not here. You somebody in charge of diaspora affairs, a youth ambassador no. Edi
na busa the terms of reference.
Masa. Edi in terms of reference obi. Wabra me no say every most countries in this in the world. You are
FM
as ambassadors. Some of you have deputy ambassadors. Mewa.
Yes.
Some of you have deputy ambassadors. So who can create youth ambassador for diaspora affairs? Diaspora na even. Me were the same diaspora points no who I mean substantive ambassadors over there. So why do you need this person to handle what? Okay? One call one letter on the call Parliament in 2022 for fairness. Which are cited presidential staffers Obi. It's just appalling, right? Was say appendix D1 list of senior presidential staffers as of 31st December 2021. The numbers up to 44. Now share positions Libya. For instance, number 39. Dr. Mokowa Blay Adujamfi, presidential aide. Another person, Ibrahim Ajay, presidential aide. AC Amwakwa Quagrin, one was a presidential aide. Yakubu Baumia, presidential aide. Certain positions are duplicated and quadruplicated.
As a presidential aide, maybe our specific role or play.
So the question is that such specific role is it not because we senior presidential aide. Senior presidential aides. So presidential aide, then senior presidential aide. So it makuna presidential aide and senior presidential aide. What do you mean?
Okay.
Obi, the relevance of these things are that. Master Share. Adwuma woti ya wuye.
Yes.
So when you want you so better.
Okay.
Yeah, some man another co-host so better show. Na mo make the same function. Some you do akasha me. Onya bisa. The only time we so be what happen eh bra obi ni and abon so be o man here better na say be ebi wa better. But what you want is that we show obi if ebi wa some better another point and become a co-host to your show. That duplication of roles is not relevant. And my own kind of so. These are the points that we are talking about.
Okay. Mena senamintie okay. Mamintie lawyer, Mr. Lawyer. Mintie honorable na menane me home run I mean sign emra ho. Honorable inti briefly enough menane me home emra sisa na o point be episode make am mintie.
Yes. A quick one. Yeah, can politics are Emma argument no expanding no the workings of
Asempa
governance
FM 94.7
presidential aid senior presidential aid standard you know na called the more dear said your DB22 be who say they have only 2 deputy ministers and all that no the vision of Nanado no and yet the same vision as former president Mahama o the tutu ho a enye ye obi ombetumi aboa me the number of ministers are John Mahama and any deputy ministers are Oyusu between 2013 to 2016 Ofia Bemo. It would have been very good. And the number of presidential staffers and the rest, it will be also very good. This argument say presidential aid, no. When we say presidential aid, doesn't mean they are all in the same office. governance is huge. It doesn't mean they are all in the same office. And the Umayan situation argument in the year. Now you share Obi in our first term. And I wish Sanka Mobe Kenkai IMF managing director. The statement of making on the Ghana's economy and the world as a whole. It settles the matter. It's not a matter for debate as to where we are today. No, it is because of the number of ministers. Obi, 122 ministers and deputy ministers. A reduced inflationary rate, and at the NDC 2016, I started 2017. Inflationary rate, economy are not aiming at the rate of 3%. That number of ministers and deputy ministers had an average growth of 7% until COVID came. And then baby, I relief no. I can't say we are seeing now has been the global financial architecture. Now Ghana has suffered hugely because of two factors: the COVID-19 and then the Russia-Ukraine war, just as any other country. And already you don't want to go into such report. Me, Obi, I can say politics now, you know, say reducing it to populism. Now you feel say it is a street way of looking at it. Now you're reducing it to some level, then it means we are not even helping the discussions you have, you know. It saddens my heart, say, and memory can be a gum keke. In Tikrum Hana, in the run up to 2000 elections, and our general secretary of the NDC, or say, I don't gold reserves of Ukrumanya, President Gufoni Nabam. They printed bank statements of former ministers of President Gufoni. The monies they had, when you put it together, it is more than the size of our entire GDP. And so they had names and people, how much money they had in banks, more especially Prudential Bank, propaganda. They ran with it. Obi, me, when Justin Kodia wrote that letter directing members of parliament, say the NDC censure motion, no, we shouldn't go. Me, I criticize here in your studio. I dare anybody in NDC or see what credibility to criticize and condemn this statement. Many places that I disagree with the party because we have channel of communication. This populism of directing parliament what they should do and all that, no. SAB, we've passed that stone age times. Now me the Ekosiisen is here, no. Me obi. You be 30 ministers na we ochna. One be accuse MPs and say, but the MPs in parliament understand the workings of parliament. And there are two judges ho na saniama we koswa. Obi Minister Juma. It is not policy making. It is not to say how many a friend is saying airport in OCC. That means we should clap for you because you built an airport. Do you know the problems of even managing and dealing with the aviation sector in this country? If that is the argument, they say one minister can handle 3 portfolios put together, then at least you can have one minister, the president and vice president, to say that they can do everything.
But building an airport is a big deal.
Yeah, but I'm saying that is not the only core function of a minister. It's like NDC for catcher and say NEC Polytechnic STEM 94.7. Consider the infrastructure former President Kufuor and the shared technical university smoke rumor. Because they had one building, technical university. It didn't have the infrastructure befitting. Into the infrastructure, alcohol. No, be a one naming an institution. And so they don't see all that. They are interested in naming. Yes. And for your records, the Kumasi Airport. Sorry. Kumasi Airport. A Juma NDC 4 year war. A home sem about the tarmac. A home sem about the idea. Go and check the work done at the Kumasi Airport. So for me, President Ibia ensure the mandate at the mano, the vision and how to deliver. Now I would have thought say they would have quantified how much losses we are making in this number of ministers. But they can catch us. A Japan all the deputy ministers and ministers we are taking, they are taking their MP salary. A majority of the ministers and deputy ministers today, members of parliament.
Yes.
So it doesn't, as a matter of fact, and yet a only problem you woman. And this time, you see, they are talking about the debt levels of this country. Obi, in 2008, NDC back by more. The total debt stock of this country was about 9 billion. We had the debt stock of 123 22 billion. Percentage we should be going into the percentages and the numbers and all that. Look, it is true. COVID. You see Kasem essay. And you say, oh, 10 billion debt on your net or header. Obviously, with the dollar going to this level, the debt, the debt portfolio, about 48% of it due to exchange rate problems. And we know how this global crisis, how it has affected exchange rates in our country. Normal. These are things that comes, normal things are ABC. So we must understand these things and place them where it belongs. Now, you know how to get out of the woods. Because in 2014, when we went to the IMF, there was no global pandemic as it is today. And then over 107 countries have gone through debt exchange programs. Moko IMF for bailout one way or the other. And America bubbles to the roof. There's no space, fiscal space for them by their laws to further borrow money again. There are more demonstrations in Europe, America, and elsewhere. Germany has threatened. And then Germany is looking for alternative source of power. And if threatened, say, their industries, some will have to shut down because of Russian-Ukraine war. Our gas supply to the European zone has been cut off. So, Obi, the times that a woman is here, and you're normal times. And to what the sad time a woman, now one recognize, say, we have a peculiar challenge. And for that reason, you to me manage the economy as we used to manage it before. But Obi, in the face of all this crisis, now economies all over go into recession. No, in 2021, we are doing positive numbers. As meager as it is, no, we didn't go into recession. Asempa FM. And then Nigeria. 94.7. Oh, they see what Nigeria. And yet, apart from the elections, no, and then petrol. Almost sunlight with Nigeria, the biggest, third largest producer of petroleum product in the sub-region. Almost sunlight. Cash, uko bank crowd to go and get money is a problem. We've gone through and systematically managed these processes. But you will not manage a situation like this without a cost. Situation I will manage it comes with a huge cost. So for me, for people to criticize the size of government and all that is normal. But we should look at the output and the vision of a leader now with their man. Everybody has a right to criticize, but it doesn't mean some almost 65 ministers and how many special assistants, how many appointees. They should scale all of them down and tell us. But who can with the 65 ministers? We've gone past that stage. A former president that you revere in the least opportunity, they quote him. Or can say who different because he says he would have run a lean government than what he came to inherit. Who do baby no who say a Jumano and the responsibility no are different. So 85 ministers and deputy ministers, yes. Obia can say so or no be president depending on Obikra at a point in time. The president was acting minister for a particular ministry, and it's rightly so. And the bet me can say president there should have an oversight over all the ministries, 9 ministers in MFO. But if you see the need, it is true. The government has shown commitment, say 30% of the salaries of the ministers and deputy ministers, no, Yakati, people are asking, say the quantum. The quantum to the extent, say, ministers now get road running in our ministers are parliament. So there's no cut on parliament. Until ube komuno, won't mean just Asikano. On the international. Because over 70% of the ministers, no, MPs. Until your MP salary said the media meji, so I know money now muji. And so cut 30%. Nipa obenya or moji 30% nefu mono. Very small. Very, very small. NDC time, now you're anti-Kroma. And which then Yanko IMF. Didn't you have deputy regional ministers all over the country? In a region where you have a minister, deputy minister, and all that, you had them. But Nanado is first term. After first term, said no, mean reduce number of ministers. No, every region for the first time in the history of the Fourth Republic, I have deputy ministers in the regions. It's an achievement. And to me, the NDC 4 years. If these are the reasons, our Modi Magana for saying passing ministers now, are they telling us? So programs are coso you better continue the idea way and you're important there. Then they will be disappointed because their reasons will not find expression in the report I will lay before Parliament, and you have to argue. And if these are the pedestrian arguments I won't be put before now, it will not be part of the report that will be put before us for debate, unless they generate tangentials, not the about floor for debate. So they will be disappointed. Intermediate, Obi, and then manya like your systems, your systems are running your public service, any your civil servant will come. That is why political leadership, more often than not, to have proper oversight. Our ministries department. Look at a ministry like energy. How come one? Do you know how many agencies are in the energy ministry?
It has about
a lot.
18 sector agencies, the largest ministry with the largest number of agencies.
Sure.
Exactly.
I know.
So you see the number of agencies are narrate. Now, a minister and a deputy minister. Now, officer in the face of it, but the leakages that the agencies may cause the country. So one proper oversight over it. And now when meetings one follow to push your government agenda through. Maza, you'll be shocked. That is why I've said, your systems. I don't know, Obiba power now. We are in a hurry to change almost everybody. Okay, I say Professor Mills. Okay, I say people in positions, their vision is different from his own vision. Professor Mills, this is where his words. They don't share the same vision. So everybody must go. And for me, Adentina said this I never can there. Young as a municipal chief executive school, coordinating directors and everything can work at the municipal assembly level so that we don't appoint MMDCs. You know how many MMDCs we have? 261. You have 85 ministers and deputy ministers, and we are crying. Look, there are salary levels and the rest. We should be expanding the conversation. NDC should tell us when they can use coordinating directors to manage the municipal and different assemblies in this country. Because some assemblies will be about 7,000. Their resources in the whole year, they don't generate 1 million Ghana cedi. They don't generate 1 million Ghana cedi. They've been generating 500,000. So the salary that DC takes, it is more than how much they generate at their place. So they should be advocating and pushing to that extent.
Honorable, Messi about host is here. Maminye we run off here and twang common. So Ekosiisen higher Asempa FM. Obi, I want to know from the minority on the appointment committee if they would be taking the allowances or they would forfeit, saying former DC Ewoningo Pram. And on the way, Honorable, good evening to you wherever you are. Ekosiisen higher Asempa FM. Mama. Osei.
They're breaking for lunch break.
That's all my Ejuma.
Now, Ejuma will be nothing.
Ekosiisen. Yes.
So you're spending 4 hours GTV live.
Yeah.
Mahua. And can ever use 1 hour. And can GTV will save money. We'll be counting the numbers. And we'll be telling them.
Yeah, but see, I'm trying.
Franco Trading Enterprise still phone Papa Fie, Samsung near, Nokia near, iPhone near, say our printers, mobile phone, accessories. Franco Trading Enterprise, our no TV, this satellite, any ultra panels, Abomuma
Facebook, Sauko Franco Trading Enterprise page. Nasa likes number 100,000. Ayoma, any Munija, Samsung www.francotrading.com. Android app, Franco Trading, Instagram, at Franco Trading. Nani Papa the 4 dosunti. Franco, the Momo pay code number 189480.
Your branches on the Bebre Wagana baby, Nemum, head office on the Twaya Dabraka, opposite Roxy Cinema.
Tema, Franco Community 1, One Waterworks, Nedianime, Cycle, opposite Odor Rise, Madina, 100 meters away from the police station. Kaswa, Franco, opposite Kaswa Polyclinic.
And now for your numbers in 0246 422 338 and 0546 133 188. Franco Trading Enterprise.
Still, phone Papa Fie.
And you're not going.
Ghana foi DBS Industries asaka ne ho biemu so nu se eba se yem modan so yem fan chance papa e ho te ehudwa na eti apode a DBS any side wono be bie Ghana fo ani a woni ma bebre ho na obeka ya afia no free installation a woto Colorlink Plaza ye de ma wo no abo ni pa bebre afi we dia ne de eye super duper free installation and ye de bremu ni nyina ne se free no aye double se woto Colorlink Glass sheet super sheet rainbow sheet and mattress if we sabre copy December 31st 2021. Installation no free. Unim dada so say auto coloring class free installation we are over 20-year warranty bata ho. When you more de emu hwam brand ni so obeboard dan so no body ye DBS Industries and do saka jinemu no. E na dese water nchen any trusses near installation in the amount free of charge. 80 phrases here 0240844444.
Takrade 050-600-4242.
Kumase 050-600-4141. Obetumi akwa website www.dbsghana.com and now send a mail info@dbsghana.com. DBS Industries Limited. Still, roofing papa fee. DBS Industries Limited. You boy down so answer na fina kwa wi.
Have you tested for HIV? I have. I know many people shy away from taking an HIV test, mainly because they are afraid of the results. Certainly, knowing that you are HIV negative or positive is better than not knowing what your HIV status is. If your HIV test comes out positive, it means you should start treatment to keep you healthy. But if it is negative, then you can adapt practices to ensure that you remain negative. HIV testing is free and you can get a test done at a clinic, hospital, or any accredited health facility. And within the next 10 minutes, you will know your results. The provider will cancel you before and after the result is disclosed to you. You don't have to be afraid of someone else getting to know your HIV status. The healthcare provider is trained to be discreet. If you take the test, you find out that it is nothing to be afraid of. The important thing is now you know what to do to protect your health and that of your loved ones. So go on and take the HIV test now and go along with your partner, a friend, or family member. That is the right thing to do.
This message is brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission.
Football is free. We are seeing baby. Philly HD Plus every 17 January 2023. Bring us more HD Plus channel 151.
Mira, me dear, mini modern ceiling and design hunim dear bia. Nemo, bra kwejo dine, and no bia na me pese ye dear.
What offer be fear hash and your mobile call Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems. Yeah, what achimota. Wow, not just a plaster board, cement board, 3D wall panels, the Nina. Every Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems. Now acoustic ceilings, PVC wall panels, galvanized profiles, POP cement, and a POP corner molds. Anyone accessories in Kaini as well. Nina, Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems. Hey, colleges, universities, churches, hospitals. Yeah, we must cylinder and saying Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems. And the contractors no, I can't forget to hold your mouth. Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems. Womanema bonoso at the phone power. Wow. Now, Achimota Himpapati no more. New overhead, no, opposite Kantanka showroom.
And our face to come to 25 Junction. And what doing your coin so?
Fresh 050-5598-406 and then 0266-805827. Nova Plaster Ceiling Systems. Home Deco Papa Parafi no.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees. Mommy chop money. Ratchet, mommy rent. Emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial *770# for money emergencies and chop life.
For emergency access to your bank accounts, transfers, utility payments, loans, and more. Dial *770#. Bank on the go even without data. Ecobank short code for digital banking. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
OneXBet, I'm a bet I eat your cocoa cra. Deposits are easy, bonuses are baby. Now odds need a jai. Register on onexbet.com.gh. They use the promo code BESTODDSGA. Now with 300% bonus I to me through 3,445 Ghana cedis for first deposit. So OneXBet, I'm a bet you trying to chance I the wheeling I am ready. OneXBet, reliable bookmaker. Gambling what truly trying to wash a year. Yeah, man, what wouldn't if you do what? Gaming Commissioner Jinka to way out.
Asempa, Upa Asempa, Utini radio on the part of them 94.7. Asempa FM, oh yeah, don't papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey. All talk all day. Muntie, muntie, oh. Asempa, wobetin sem, Asempa, nyawu babyara. Asempa FM, station bakupe. Asempa, wo fie. Asempa, wo jumemu. Asempa, baby, wo biara. Asempa FM, Asempa FM, 94.7. You want some more? Asempa FM, oh yeah, don't papa. Asempa FM, everywhere you are. Asempa FM, everywhere you go. Asempa, hey, Asempa, hey. All talk all day.
94.7 Asempa FM, all talk all day. Ekosiisen dwumedie no asugusu awutie no. Ma yenna munyina ase ne ensan so mama kwa babio in studio. The Honorable Sylvester Tete, or MP for the Botiano English among from constituency here in the Greater Accra region. Sounds so and lawyer Chum Berima, a member of the NDC National Communications team. There's one here which says, Obi, good evening. The way my own countryman, lawyer Chum Berima, is rapping on your show this evening, kindly check him well when he's flowing, because he is smart to be mischievous in his commentary. Mark Ofori, Fantiakwa South, NPP.
Mischievous, but
Fantiakwa, only no Mark Ofori. Oh, okay. Also Fantiakwa South. Yeah, sure.
But Mark, I will not be mischievous, okay?
Well, so Obi, it's embarrassing the extent to which the NDC executives want to micromanage their parliamentary caucus. An MP is an elected rep of the people who represent the democratic interest of all persons in his or her constituency. It's absolutely illegitimate for Fifi Kwete and Asiedun Ketia to overthrow or attempt to overthrow that popular constitutional trust reposed in the members of parliament. Pijero Ewo Takrade. Inshraba Anelka says, good evening, Obi. Why are they present at the appointment committee, or they want to take their allowances? The $200 million the Baka headquarters should come again. Hey, $200 million. Now only at the crow. In Shaba Anelka. Do you know what $200 million is? We say, Obi, are you not really surprised that the NDC continues to be acting like King Oedipus in the ancient world? Has the president appointed new persons to occupy new created ministries? These are existing ministries that the ministers have resigned, and they expected ministries like trade and agri to be vacant. I can't even understand this. And by the way, Obi, we use taxpayers' money to pay these MPs. Then Adabaka party office continue to remote control them as if they are robots. I can't think far. Greetings to Honorable Joanna Frances Ada, Barrister Danny Odie, any Barrister Danny. Yeah, Barrister Danny. Good afternoon, Obi. Please tell lawyer to slow down. He shouldn't just be mentioning the portfolios as if they are nothing, but rather take some time to find out what it is they do. The young man for the Diasporan Youth Affairs was the youth organizer of the NPP Germany chapter. Very solid guy. As I write, we belong to a youth platform, and he's working seriously with some of the Ghanaian youth in the diaspora on a cause that would be of great benefit to our dear country. So just mentioning the positions will sound like it's a mere thing, but he should pay some attention to the details. Berima Yaudompre, Ewo Hamburg, Germany. Obi, should the Minister of Sanitation be clearing gutters? Can he swear he looks for bins to dispose of the trash when he's in town? I beg. Ante L and Odiwe. Osei. Okay. In the Ante L, you have the response. On Tunedi and Engu. But I checked. We interest rate 28%. 28 interest rate. Yeah.
Which bank?
That's what the BOG reports.
Oh, BOG there.
That's what I'm saying. Obi Busa said my official interest rate. Which one would you say?
Obi. What you na bank of Ghana for amount? Minimum say na say kwada so mo jaya mentai hu bi wo.
Yeah, exchange rate. Yeah.
Oko out said on masari.
No, but Obi Busa official exchange rate. Yeah, now better. I don't mean go see about
commercial bank. One na bank of Ghana ko be say. Obako Rubber Bank na ko Modu Rubber Bank, Atwo Kwang Rubber Bank na boko. And Ghana commercial ADB name them. I want to call 28%.
The Bank of Ghana has raised its benchmark monetary policy rate by 100 BPS to 28% during its January 2023 meeting, below market forecast of 28.75%, bringing borrowing cost to the highest since at least the 2000s to try to tame soaring inflation and shore up its currency. The annual headline inflation rate is quintuple the 10% ceiling of the central bank's target range, having reached 54.1% in December
of
2022.
It is their policy directive.
Yeah.
But the point is that
what the commercial banks
bank then they custom but you could do
about 28 and 40% now could that's too much.
Me ba phone call because even if it is 13 pa but me catch say opa check it I mean man go check am bank be no more interest rate 28% is here.
It has never happened even under the NDC. Say the
policy rate lower than
the same as the why are you talking like this?
No, you see
there has never been a time that why you question look
try
the official report
I'm trying to make okay, I'm making a point that me catch say interest rate cost
what's 54%?
Okay, 40%.
So you see,
54 was inflation.
And per the World Bank reports, we had according to World Bank, we have the highest food inflation rate.
Sure.
And I'm do call ya better was say, "Emposa ban so you planting for food and jobs." The ban is saying you do ane bo timi cost so chen obi ade in Africa. Obra was spend this get that particular angle. We are no man here say. Now more try some spread that argument and say and tranco other areas. Sure. More can and the government didn't focus on that area. Okay, but what the focus now could just 1 point food. Food in Nigeria was spending millions of cities in Nigeria. We have the highest food inflation in Africa.
But I would love to see the source of that way, because I mean, somebody just sent me the World Bank 10 countries with the highest food price inflation in the latest World Bank assessment, where October 16th, 2022. October 16th, 2022. That's roughly about 4-5 months. That'll be 2022. It'll be 4-5 months ago.
Almost 5 months ago.
Yeah. And now the top 10 countries hit hardest by food inflation. Number 1 is Zimbabwe. Nominal percentage year on year, 353% Zimbabwe. Number 2 is Lebanon, 198%. Number 3, Venezuela, 131%. Number 4, Turkey, 89%. Iran, number 5, 84%. Sri Lanka, number 6, 83%. Argentina, number 7, 71%. Moldova number 8, 38, Rwanda number 9, 34, and Ghana number 10, 34. And where information based on where food price inflation data are available. And that's the data. Maybe say 5 months down the line, and Abba. I must say Ghana Ababeda number 1. And maybe when we get the details of yours now, we'll see. But as at October 2022,
Ghana was among the top 10.
Top 10, sure.
Thank you.
Ghana among the top
10. Let's even remain on your argument here.
Yes.
Obi, let me be.
That's a fact. Hey, you know what you are buying.
Listen, upon say we're investing huge sums of money in at that particular aspect. Okay, it's the because we are moving to Bonamo can and can make me a trainer can cook dia. I mean, demand necessarily and come with myself and creating more jobs. Mukan and Chediana or my because my can be a winning Ghana. 7. Okay,
sure.
One spreading upon all those aspects in Pona Nina Shagre Krasen. One fan call. Now, we based on just food, we are among the top 10.
Obi.
Highest food inflation in Africa.
Obi.
I mean, where in the world?
2015.
Yeah, where in the world?
Where in the world?
Obi. In 2016,
agri
grew in the negative in Ghana. agric, its contribution to our GDP, it grew in a negative. You see, these issues here. Obi, media, I will keep making the point, and the President of the Republic, Waka, we've been hit by crisis. And the places you went to, the places Mukoy 2014 IMF, baby, now you say will bring our economy back. They are telling you, say, this is not the Ghana we know. And the reason has been ascribed for the entire Obi. I will leave you a document. No, we are what kind. What timer we would have digressed how we got to where we are today. Ethiopia can ascribe anything. But I'm telling you, say, the performance of this government in all the sectors. And you can quote inflation, you can quote interest rates, you can quote all these things. If all things being equal, ya nya crisis ya enye and the moody jay no ya nya baby me, I'll be first person to own up, say we failed this country. But in the first 2 years, our performance shows say we were on a very good path. And every indication shows at the time, not the conditions that existed under your time, it was the same condition. And that is where you can do comparison. But now, UK, you see how many demonstrations hit UK? How many prime ministers have been changed in 3 months? How many finance ministers lost their job in the UK? All because of economic issues. Europe, Obi, Oko American there. They can't say mortgages. It's one of the things they don't joke with it, because that is how people buy their homes and live and all that. Go and find the mortgage rate in America today. It is a crisis. But Obi, in the face of all these things, no government programs, initiative, we have not stopped any of them. We are continuing to pursue aggressively government programs. Yesterday, it's a populism we. And I bet you say NDC, the same NDC, the same John Mahama, the same group of people. I'm sorry, you track record in this country where we never had this global crisis. And this cannot be said. They can hoodwink everybody. They think is that NDC had any magical one to change the situation we find ourselves today. My goodness. Anti-Groma, when President Kufuor left a sterling economy for you after you call HIPIC and we worked our way out of HIPIC, a MAM economy that was on a sound footing. A JAM economy that was growing at the rate of about 8.5%. Moko after 8 years, you left that economy that was growing at the rate of 3%. In 2 years, we changed the narrative to bring it back to the rate of 7%. But for COVID and the Russian-Ukraine war, that affected the global supply chain. In the Namo feel say you want to pontificate that you are more pope than the pope in Vatican. Then it means Ghana for Sebi. Said the President Mahama. Said the President Mahama catch and say Ghana for we have a very short memory. On this score against the NDC, John Mahama and his way for the Obi, our short memories, yanya a draw. Yanya a draw over our short memories in this country. So the debate and argument will be fine. But I keep saying we must state the fact as it is. Every country has changed the way. And look, fact is monetary policy. There's never been a time a monetary policy is the same as the commercial bank rate. It has never been the case. So definitely if it's 28%, obviously you get about 32, 35%, depending on where you are getting your risk level and all that. So you have an average of how much the commercial banks will charge you based on the policy. Yeah, bumpy. So in the long term, recovery is not the idea we are. It should come down to a very minimal. It should come down to a very minimal level. Okay. And then inflation, interest rate costra, in the 2000s, and inflation rate was about 40% in this country.
Sure.
Now, MPP took the MPP administration to bring inflation to that level. Professor Mills, NDC time, they came to 1 year plus doing single-digit inflation, which was good for business. And to me, and Philly said, all is well. But in the situation we find ourselves, service NDC in our power, you had everything going for you. It was not as worse as it is today. Look, Obi, problem ayenya.
Asempa FM.
We are seeing now asisa. Obia bond sika ho ban. The domestic bond holders are mostly largely omoye foreigners because of the global economic challenge. Nobody wanted to roll over ne sika biom for your economy to work. So immediately you have a challenge of balance of payment. And it doesn't take a day to be able to win back the confidence. And you are attributing look, we live in this country where banking supervision was the biggest problem in this country. So you best save banks. You call 9 billion cedis. Your chairman banks of Ebikopi was Zimbabwe. We lost a lot of money. It took government a lot of effort to be able to bring the banking sector. And so when they criticize the banking sector clean up. But I'm telling you, over 4.6 million depositors. Send this another opportunity. They would have crashed the banking sector. 4.5 deposited would have lost their investment. But saving all these people, it came with a huge cost. That cost, it will take time for the economy to right itself.
Okay.
Say correct is our wrongs, if you ask an average man on the street between the MPP and NDC, who are the better managers of this economy, they will tell you. Banyama and Koye as it is. And these are the problems you face over time. And we will continue to plead with Ghanaians. People should be patient with us. Look, are buying its own expenditure. A lot of measures have been put in place. Admit President he took one idea. Yes, it's a good call. We all want an expenditure. Obi can say also call JFK. The president arrived in JFK on a commercial flight. Could you believe, sir, the president had to go through the check system? No, the only thing was that they have to take his passport. Now, you can't pick him from the tarmac. You can't pick him from the tarmac if you arrive with a commercial flight. So you see, there are a lot of issues. Who took apart from Emirates, that has a first class cabin.
Sure.
For security reasons for the president. Apart from that, all the flight that calls in Ghana,
business class.
So if you are traveling with your security details and everything, now you are putting the president that was touring about 3-4 European countries for a program. What's the president in body commercial flight to do what? Now if you know you're trotro. There are a lot of security implications, even to the host countries and all that. So it is not for fanfare. President Akufo-Addo, and then obviously said you're full plane. And sometimes it inconveniences all of us in terms of expenditure. But if you look at the cost-benefit analysis, in terms of the risk level of a president and the security details that comes with it, sometimes Obi, yet American president be visiting Ghana, the security attaches, it can be 2 weeks. Now who will so the beast, car, no baby. You know how much it costs American taxpayer? It is not because they want to spend the money, but the security of the president. That is so important. And I'm not too sure. Say you can't presidency, it doesn't limit to Akufo-Addo. Former President Mills, Mahama, everybody traveled on private jets in this country. It is about time. And they say I call you presidential jet, say any year. Who is going to fly a private jet? Never. But the security of a president to a country, you think it's the same as me, Amiti? It is not the same. It is even not for nothing. Obviously, members of parliament, any person will be over Kruma. I don't hear my security details. I don't hear my police for DH. Because when you lose the life of 1 member of parliament, it costs the country more to even fix and put the person back, another person in place. It doesn't mean say yeah, my 275 policemen. Some of my security, of course, me JB Bond there. Me policemen and me driving there.
MPs the one you be.
Me NG police.
One I would say I won't pay.
Police me need driver me and me driving me and me one me now. And then me party for. So you see, are you saying say Sabi nipa back on ni hu won fast. Anka NDC for say per cost cost. Anka won yan return o police officers. Because some person bo mine no. Na police for nko dem ko bo adwuma. But police ni mini MP no woni ni chamber what ni car mo or that's how we are not the call. It is because of the unique position you hold. Yeah, by election back who Krum ha Obi. You know the cost of that by election. And one thing of mine say never say Ibia MP be training and I say any appointee or in exec who lost his life because also we be attacking and I say BB and the state will provide security. You think the state want to waste the money?
Okay.
It has very important role to play. And yes, if I say it was Bruce and I say and the man provide security mobile. Sabi, so be able to ordinary people on the street, someone not sure more. But why should we provide security for them? And they say, yeah, can't say only situating here. Now we want to be populist. This populism in the 1979. Yes, it's a bit see now what toilet in the room. Just a wabo musio. Yeah, they no cry your politics to about Ukroma. And so next uncle for no years our politics. No, go to their homes where they live in this country and the luxury of their homes. But the people who suffered it in the 79s and the 80s, into the 90s, they were vilified. So taking the loan had become a crime. But today, the microphone is so successful, we celebrate them. The banks supported them to get to where they are. And the politics, now funny kakra. As young people, as we do the politics, we should support our own. More modern say Ghanaian businesses will take a center stage. Look, COVID, when you say some companies that really made a lot of money. I'll share a data with you from Ghana Enterprises Agency. The role local businesses played in this COVID. But for that vision, for 1D, 1F, supporting local and indigenous businesses before the COVID came, I would have struggled. The pharmaceutical industry, the Nipa Bibre, we put them through and they really supported. Otherwise, our situation would have been worse than Yehu and they. So, media. Yes, we have a crisis, but there's a roadmap to come out of this crisis. And I believe, look, I remember in 2019, Ghana was adjudged the best agriculture investment destination. I was in Addis, heads of state way in Addis. Senye planting for food and jobs, and I'm happy. They be quoted Sapapano, former MP for Ijura.
Yeah,
Pangambu. His testimony about planting for food and jobs, how it changed his life. So you cannot belittle it. But it doesn't also mean that you can criticize the program. Maybe I'm criticizing on this program. Say we've invested in the peasant farmers for a very long time. Let us move into commercialization. Of agriculture. Say Nyani 10. Now only big commercial farms are obviously. Zoom Lion is doing something with the rice sector, which I think with the people from Thailand. I had a briefing because I'm a member of the local government committee. You see the presentations and the roadmap. I think that we should support him to move agriculture from the peasant status into a commercialized way. And not bet me a boy. They will come out from the problem.
I mean, now say just in again, unfortunate news about fresh earthquake hit Turkey, Antakya, and we are told that this quake was also felt in part of Syria, Egypt, and Lebanon. 6.3 magnitude. The first one, a community 45,000. 8 was it? No, 7. And 7 magnitude. Indeed, that's really huge. Another one there. But this time, we've not gotten any information said damage near that severe first one. But we'll keep our fingers crossed. Near said the name lawyer, me into you finally as we wrap up.
I want it to be on record, sir. I said it here. Sir, Ghana was ranked to be having the highest food inflation in Africa. Umame, more or less a counter report which cited Ghana as number 10 in the world.
In the world, sure.
But again, to make my point solid, I've gone back to check my records, and I have it here now. This report I made was reported by Ghanaian Times. It was reported by Ghana Web, and then BBC.com. Okay. But I'm citing from BBC.
Okay.
But we'll be also should be as with my check it comparatively also to check. Now, World Bank ranks Ghana first as country with the highest food inflation in sub-Saharan Africa in 2022, based on the October 2022 African Pulse report. In January 1st, 2020, food prices in Ghana went up by 122%. Countries are now a the second was Senegal. Then Nigeria also having, I think, the fourth with 106.5. Senegal the other 110, and then Uganda was also the third with 107% food price inflation. Ghana they no breaking down kakra, and this is what they said was Ghana oil and fats 67%, fish and other foods other seafoods 42.9%, water 42%, cereal products 40%, milk, dairy products and eggs 39.7%, fruits and vegetable juice 37.7%, and then live animal and meats 34.5%. This is the report from BBC.com. So it comes to support the point I'm making is indeed food inflation per the World Bank report. We were number 1 in Africa. What did I kind of now say the world, right? Yeah, so we were 10 in the world and 1 in Africa. And that, the point I was trying to make was that former MP for is it New Japan? One of the Indiana Yamako, is Marcus Ibeyabua. New Japan South, former MP. He granted an interview, he said it. So look at the man that you are pushing to food, the planting for food and jobs. Or no one calling because I yielded the result that you are looking for. So what it says, Kaboom, when you are question, not a still now, your rank as number 1 in Africa. So when you are board, are you making impact? And it's so, I mean, go around to be singing hymns for this, that you someone because why are they? Again, Obi. You see, America across one threshold, no one Bobisiama, and then one crown of Bobisiama. That's yes. But America today is proud of one thing. At least every American can say, their country has a unique across-board infrastructure development. Across-board. I'm using the word across-board because not infrastructure in yourself, every other aspect of infrastructure. I promote the economy. What do you compare the you know me your partner?
Asempa FM.
Yes, you are Bob Siami and Timmy. Have you heard the World Bank warning IMF? Sorry, warning America for say home reasonable. Because when business on bond, they have the capacity to pay number 1, they have the capacity also to sustain themselves. Way back 2020. We were warned. Because ya home once in your country, yet near Bob Brad Zesicani, me was your nibi. You see, you find Ghana debt from 9 billion to 122, and then I'm saying over 500 billion. And then over that over 500 billion, Modia come on, yes. And how do you bring that down? To say and when you're there, why do you think officers are the papa here? Madam, again, I'll quote Madam Sophia Kufu. Was it accountability? Have you been able to account properly to Ghanaians about how you have borrowed and what you have used the money for?
But this
argument,
Obi. You see, excuse me.
No, when you were talking, I was here.
I'll give you time.
No, if you still give me time, I'll come in.
Don't worry.
All right, that's fine. And that is the point I'm trying to make here. She cited argument on accountability. Having borrowed all these monies, and this about Bession, yes. President Kufuor Bession, yes. But Anya Biano, we can sit here and cite things. And I hope I'm a Twitter. And I saw the president citing that in the video I'm here, wasn't it? Foreign, I mean, at the Western world, no, at JJ Mubra covered by, they were not paying attention to us in them. Say, Opposite them on that, what can order to and on Guyana? When I think I ordered to report, no. What kind of account? Because so what kind of one say, Empo where they were giving you money. You were proudly sitting here misusing the funds.
94.7.
Instead of using to fight COVID. Now this can it be World Bank, IMF thereby with the Biakoye seed capitals on for Ghana, the bank in Power, and mind into existence. Mind into existence. We saw this kind of trust the seed capital more. Was that what they told you to use the money for? And any more cash of Ghana. And then you are accusing them of even, neglecting you when you were in crisis. They gave you the support. Don't forget that crisis was also across board, was global. The impact some countries had, I've said that on countless occasions, except those who don't want to speak the truth. So also the kind of the impact COVID had on certain economies. How many portions of Ghana went on lockdown? There are some countries, the entire country now equal lockdown. Here only 1.5 cities.
Two
cities.
Two most economically vibrant cities. So, Accra and Kumasi And then
part of Kaswa, yes.
Kaswa,
Yeah,
part of
Kaswa.
Central Region.
Yes.
It's because 2.5 cities. Metiasi say economically vibrant. I know. But for how long were we locked down?
Asempa FM.
For how long
94.7.
this vibrant cities you were locked down? It was about, if I'm not mistaken, 3 weeks.
3 weeks, yes.
Thank you. Ni United, what's with the an equivalent of about $10 million economy and a chairman growth. Equivalent of about $10 million. What's with the money and a chairman growth? Do you know what $10 million can do? We can say $220 million. What's it? What's it kind of money? You know? Do you know what $10 million can do for certain communities in this country?
Okay.
Yet also the says can't know the animal growth. And you keep citing COVID. So you see, listen, those languages that the IMF won back at them, they are diplomatic language. But the critical language is now getting behind the curtain. Yeah, they are not telling you what you want to hear. There are two languages that they speak. Critical language and diplomatic language. In the presence of the people. But then when you are the diplomatic one natural, who doesn't know COVID came? You'll be on the COVID by. But see, COVID by nature was COVID levy and then tax. Well, but one more year the severe effect in Bonibi. You keep blaming them for their woes. Again, they talk about growth. Let me say it here on record again. Ghana's growth of that 7% that started manifesting somewhere 2017 onwards, towards 2018. It was not the making of the MPP government. Take it for the records. Check the World Bank and IMF reports. They anticipated that because of the IMF we went in 2015-2016. Anticipated growth for the enemy. Once the program ends, that growth was going to come. Then I burn some Kunti Mass group by. It's there already. It is there. It was cited by the IMF and the World Bank that because of that policy now, you have to get the you see about policy credibility. They are best you see Kasemuno. Or mine betumpo, mine benini, and you rated benini about 7%. They said it. And not the when a mobile growth will be a buyer. Modia about Gramo and a man baby. But the proper reality in the wood, the Nafina, we also on the national. I think a job was a wild bobra. Wild bobra, and only a neck, baby, a muscle idea could we. I got to you young years of the man. So that tells your competence. That time I know Bukram will be guided on a dear. Sabin now was so hoarding. No doing. Or train who will jail Cabino. Also, that is how we find ourselves. So, and then, so also was sight here, and then I will be an count. I won't call Bob should be out there could do it. A level that we have never been before.
Very well.
And now they could do it. It is a most I'm proud of myself. When Mama growth be by 2017, 2018, grow by 7%. What did you do? Where are they?
Lawyer Chumberima, a member of the NDC, Emrano Ekwa was here, sorry. Honorable,
you see,
a minute.
Former President Mahama, Asembi, say, Obi Obebisa, say, Sika Mukoji, Mudi Yedea, or ignorant of how.
Also, called Parliament.
Yeah, or ignorant. And I'm sorry. See, I've come to believe, say, anybody who asks, Nasika Mudi Yedea is ignorant. The fact still remains. Sikabia mobilized it was with a tacit approval of Parliament for 3 key things. And let me repeat on this program again. For 3 major reasons. And in COVID then hit and say, look, number 1, for direct COVID intervention expenses. Nipa better hotels, tracking, now plane a bar, now testing. For direct COVID expenditure, I buy the part of the money. 3 things. Number 2, a support to the funding gap. Because the catch say, your revenue shortfall of 14% of our GDP. So there was a funding gap of your original programmer while programming for the year and a review. So part of the money echo into funding your budget. So there's nothing wrong. And these were all records from Parliament. And then the last but not the least, COVID exposed the weaknesses in our infrastructure. To fight the pandemics. So part of the money, the third one, went into tackling infrastructure deficit. And it will go along with some of them are still even ongoing.
And you say about trans near Kasa, say, and Amunya Sikase, and Amudi day. That ignorance must stop. Our parliament has records of all this expenditure. And let me tell you, sir, Obi, COVID-19 audit, it came a special request at the insistence of the minister. So, oh, yeah, special friend is audit on the COVID-19 expenses. So, Obi Mbetna, no more, and Namunya Skase, you had a huge financing gap. Then direct COVID-19 that gap, so part of the money it went into supporting your budget, and then the physical infrastructure weaknesses are identified to correct it. And it's not a day or two. Intermediate, Obi, Omai, Unam Street is so. People will have cause to pick with the MPP. But Bisa almost say between the MPP and the NDC, who are the better managers of this economy? They will tell you. But immediately, the Americans say, we have a crisis. We are navigating our way through. Ghana for nya ye ho abotre. Ye call NDC for IMF or Mokoya. Ye buy and there was an exit point. Normally, conditions are not at that NDC for so. They cannot employ nursing trainer. These were freezes based on their conditions when they call IMF. Ye buy ye programs. We were still rolling out our programs, and we further extended the IMF exit plan for 1 year, if they care to know. So it is not entirely true. Say NDC for programs and they could do here. They started free SHS. Did we exit the IMF before we started the free SHS? They started free toll for a friend say Kaya in this country. Nursing training allowance, teacher training allowance, our 1D 1F programs I started, we didn't exit the IMF program. Tamana year call for Fiscal Responsibility Act from Parliament to restrain government expenditure. Now we have not exited the IMF program. We did all these things because the program by Abaimo. It's not the NDC who comes to power on the basis of lies and propaganda without a program. Yeah, by Abaimo with a program, Ghana for Ashishe. And these programs have been affected because of these two major problems. And the IMF now you so believe in the IMF, so they gave you policy credibility. They are telling you the diagnosis of this economy is largely because of these two factors. And it's the work of IMF, policy credibility. Even before we finish the negotiations with IMF, they are telling us that they know and you're gonna have all over the world. And they are committing. Last year they committed 650 billion. 2021 to 2022 to supporting countries, and they are going to do more. So what is wrong with that?
Very well. Honorable Maminase, lawyer, what's when you're 1 minute?
I was you see, you're too many at see. What I say? Me say, COVID, a buy. You're the correct. A buy, we are Simunina. Ghana, Yabi. Ghana, Adibia Mono Yana, the positive aspect and the negative aspect. The negative part of COVID affected certain economies or our economies fine. A science step temperature will be and for America and any other countries. I think a country like Italy, at some point they were doing cremations. I was sure because you never be anybody. So how been at the buy. But aside that, the positive part of the business say, and my mind be an omunya deninya. I want to swallow a crabby for a sickasabon. Obi, young Obra born in this one, born in tea. I'm just reading just one thing, but you know, this is the COVID audit report. I'm reading paragraph number 226. The head in here, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Was we noted during the examination of payment records that out of 4.5 million Ghana cedis allocated to the headquarters, payment totaling 285,135 Ghana cedis, 0.64 were made for transactions which were not COVID-19 related. Misapplication of COVID fund and only the bold head na arm that so. A release of funds for the purchase of curtains for the following rooms. Our rooms for that is in here. Perfect Eye Ventures. Perfect Eye Ventures in the room 1, no, room 32, room 13, room 38, room 56 in that order. Yakoto curtains in my room. What I mean, if you have such a reckless team of people managing your affairs in this country, what could this discuss all the fight COVID? What the talk curtains? What the talk curtains are my room will be. And this government is so proud of himself. Of course, you cannot COVID 9 money. When you are COVID, this can I brand a diabo.
Now, I don't know a room of the patients. He could go.
Who is me? Okay. Say room of the patients. I'm going to say this application. Was it not COVID related? Say COVID patient. I don't call her any more or less. COVID related. But was it a non-COVID related? Perfect eye. What's what saying? Perfect eye ventures. I ventures or Obi. We got no hospital. I can say, I, yeah, talk curtains, money rooms, and the other rooms in Neguano 32, 13, 38, 56, 57, 43, 16. Check it. So you are misusing funds for this, unnecessary purposes. Payment of allowances to the audit committee for its second quarter retreat to be held on 18th and 19th of June. Can you imagine? Can you imagine when you are new?
Asempa
COVID about one through Mu here mono. Obi ntam sika from some from mo bra. Akohwe bra wo sika ne bo. Ukotua obi retreat obako. Retreat in 19th and 18th June. 19th and 18th June 2020. Sabe no na be yes obi enter na mafo kwa people were even working from home no. Obi na be ko retreat. Kwa allowance. Wait. Wait. These are the best managers of the economy. No, the protectors of the public purse. When we talk about this, my ventures with COVID money, then you get the auditor general to come and tell you that you have misapplied the funds that was given you.
Kabila said, what if this observation by the auditor general turns out not to be accurate?
Would not turns out not to be accurate. Any institution that they went to. Who say wrong acts they give you opportunities to justify yourself. They did it. For you to not be accurate,
Obi, please ask Honorable Sylvester Tete that if he admitted that we are in crisis and we are not in normal times, doesn't he think this is the time to reduce our ministers and cut down costs? Dr. Lawrence, Washington, D.C. Obi, didn't the NDC take credit for the growth of the economy when Ghana started producing oil under Akufo Edwin in Takrade?
Ghana did not start producing oil under Akufo.
Ghana discovered
oil. Oil production started in 2010.
Yes.
And it was launched by President Mills in Takrade. So get your facts right. Thank you.
Hey, so the lawyer Chumberry one I'm saying Ghana Ekosiisen high Asempa 94.7 FM. The Jumedi University, but before that there is this song I've been wanting to play for a long time now. It's one from the legendary Daddy Lumba. It's a great song, I tell you. He calls it 111